I know what IRT is doing, but it's fucking with me, and I'm not happy about it. Well, good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading, my virtual trading journal. Standing here trying to figure out a problem, which has really got me puzzled, actually. So, yeah. My session price is pushing to my V-pound variables, which are carried across to Bookmap and various other tabs I have, are not picking up the RTH session. I have to figure out exactly why that's doing that, but let's get on with it. So welcome to my Risk Neutral Trading. It's my virtual trading journal. This is not any kind, I'm not licensed to give financial or trade advice, but I do trade live and narrate continually through the day. And this is a funded live AMP futures account funded by me. So there you go. It's the real deal, and it is completely transparent and completely accountable. All right, having said that, let's take a look at the numbers here, which are kind of interesting today. This is actually quite interesting, I think. Oh, I got all busy thinking about this. So what happened here now? Now I don't know what's going on now. Well, I'm not pretty happy about this. What the hell is Cloudflare? Flare, Dallas. Okay. I don't know what the hell this is, but I'm not happy about it. Where did Cloudflare come from? I don't even know what Cloudflare is, to be honest with you. Well, I think I've got a problem here that I don't know how to solve. Just a minute ago, I was looking at the reports and the numbers and everything else, and no problems. Well, here is the reports for the day. And what I was going to point out was interesting, because the government's back to work now. They're pushing reports out to try to catch up. These came out at 2:10 this morning, 02:10 in this morning, Central Standard Time. By the way, all the times on my charts are Central Standard Time. You notice this. Now we do have a little bit later in the morning, we've got some various reports, but they are not particularly important. And I'll point out that we have in the earnings this week, we have NVIDIA tomorrow. And this little half moon or quarter moon means it reports after the close. Good thing I made those snaps for earlier this morning. Well, now I'm completely confused as to what the hell that's all about. Jesus, there is always some horse shit going on with. I'm afraid it's got to do with maybe Windows 11. I don't know. So anyway, let's get on with the pre-market here. So much for the numbers. I apologize. And I'm having problems with IRT too. This isn't my day. I think I'm going back to bed. So what are we doing overnight? Well, assuming that we can count this data, here's our open, and here we are. So the inventory is essentially 100% short all night. Will we open in a gap? At the moment, not quite, but just barely. Here's yesterday's close, RTH close. And here we trade right now. So we are, there you see the previous close and the where we are at this moment. Now, we didn't have a gap. We were lower in range yesterday. So I would expect when we open, we're probably going to get some responsive buying just to take profit. And then maybe one of these. Let's see what happened yesterday. You see here we are. We opened right on the lows, balanced all day. We opened at the lows yesterday on the ETH. Little responsive, little buying up, and then sold off hard. So I think we're probably going to have I would expect a little responsive buying to take profit and then probably continue the sell-off, because I don't think anybody's convinced that the things are going very well back on the East Coast here. Yeah, I can't really do much in terms of the reports and the news and the pre-market, and you can see what this is. This is the MES, of course, the MNQ, and the MES micro composite chart, or my higher time frame. The way these work, they are RTH session only. These are daily candlesticks, and wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. In so doing, I get a volume point of control. I get high and low volume nodes, which are pushed to bookmap. I hope, fingers crossed, that's what they're supposed to do. And we get the session prices, which are also pushed to bookmap. This is the market profile chart, which will reset to RTH session here in a minute. Quite high volume today so far. I'm a little bit dicey about any of this stuff, and I'll be extremely careful. Even though I have a full hour of the RTH before I would interact with trade, I'm going to be extremely careful here, because there's a lot of craziness going on. I don't know what this flare crap's all about, and I have no idea whether that's some sort of bug or I don't know. So right now we are overlapping. We almost had an inside bar yesterday, except they just poked it down there a little bit at the close and did take out the previous MCVPOC from here. Yeah. Okay. Well, this is the micros, and by the way, I also track all four of the same configuration for the minis. I'm pretty thrown off. I'm on my back foot over that crap with the with Cloudflare. So let's get over to Bookmap, which is here, and I can tell you that there's an issue going on right here, because the session prices are not pushing for RTH. A lot going wrong here today. So this is a day where I'm going to be extremely careful, likely not trade. So it's probably not going to be the most interesting day. Yesterday was one trade, scratch, because it was signaled. So here's Bookmap. This is the dome, obviously, or the price ladder, or the order book, or whatever you want to call it. These are all the session prices and the resting liquidity. This is my micro composite column, which pushes automatically to Bookmap from IRT, and where I enter everything manually. Let's see if we can see something here. There you go. There's POC and naked volume point of control. These are the high and low volume nodes, which push automatically to Bookmap. And this is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700 and is plotting through today at 1600. This is the RTH volume profile. Stand by one. It's a freaking rodeo. All right, so the RTH volume profile, which will reset this morning at 8:30. I'll actually have to do it because Bookmap it's been broken and they can't get it going. In my instance of Bookmap, this is my notes column, which is pretty important to me. The first thing I do is determine the open type for the day. And I do that real simply. There's only 4 open types, and there's only 2 criteria based on if we opened right here, right now, where would that compare to the close, which is above us? And where would that compare to the previous RTH range? We are within range. So we're going to be lower in range once again, like yesterday. Okay? That will dictate what statistics we use. Now I'm going to get rid of all of those ones from yesterday, and we will be able to revisit and repick the statistics that go with the associated prices, etc. These are the session prices pushed from IRT. Not complete right now, unfortunately. And there's no mystical or magical levels or anything that I do here. It's only price data, probabilities or statistics, and that's it. I mean, and it couldn't be much more simple, could it? These price levels are straightforward. It's not showing the IB high or low, which is really irritating because that is, well, actually, maybe it is. Let's look up here and see. And this goddamn thing, I'm sick of this thing. This mouse is driving me crazy too. I'm not having a good day here today, boys and girls. Get this mouse down to something normal. Where is the 6726? Ooh, way. Yeah, we're not having the value area high here is also where the IB high was from yesterday. And the IB low would be right here, and it's not showing. So there's a problem with the session prices pushing to Bookmap. I apologize for that. Let's look over here. Here's the IB high, the IB low for the overnight. Here we are from, and those are continuations from, remember, this is the full session. So this is the overnight, and here's yesterday's RTH. God, this is frustrating. So the IB high and low are nothing more than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. And if you've listened to this stream before, you know all this. So there you go. And I'll be standing down and pretty quiet till I get this data sorted out this morning. So I'm not sure what's going on. It's twofold. This Cloudflare thing is something new, and the data levels, the session prices are. Over the weekend, I tried to optimize, or I did optimize IRT by changing some of the data retention settings, and something has gone horribly wrong there. There's a lot of moving parts in IRT, so it's not surprising when something breaks, to be honest with you. So here is our full session, our overnight session so far. Pretty muted right here. I put this blue indicator over here. It's nothing more than a vertical line at the first print of each session, so I can make sure I have the entire session in context. You know, I can have a firm understanding of the entire session. Boy, that is really irritating, and that's a problem with the session prices pushing from my lead chart, which is right here. All right, so here's the just a few important notes. The POC is nothing more than the means point of control. It's just a marker of the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So down here at 59, the most contracts have traded in the overnight at 48.61 right here. The very minute that, or second, that any one of these prices has 48.62, this yellow line is going to go there. That's all there is to it. VWAP for both high and low, Globex and RTH, and the mid. So now I've got to press on here and try to figure out what the hell I'm doing next. Yeah, it's pretty irritating, really. Major irritating. I don't know what's going on with this frickin' Cloudflare thing, but that's not nice at all. What the shit has Cloudflare got to do with anything? I don't even know what Cloudflare is. Flare. And I'm not unblocking anything until I know what the hell I'm talking about here. I think it might have to do with my... Maybe we're having an issue at with my AT&T, which is I'm on AT&T fiber here. So, you know, I'm getting all of this crap here, and I don't even know what the hell Cloudflare is. Let's just do a quick something else here. Let's look at anything. Let's look at Financial Times. Well, that doesn't have a problem. How about BBC? Nope. Okay. So I don't know. And that's what I'm going to say. I'm going to have to get to the bottom of that and sort it all out before I move forward. And very definitely, I am not going to be even thinking about trading until I have everything in order. I'm not going to be on tilt in any way. Okay? And that's something to take on board, I think. So, perhaps it's a good idea to be able to trade, however. And you do that on Bookmap by activating the trade control panel, this padlock here, and selecting a method you will use to interact with the application and trade with your mouse. Right here. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse are the active data column. If you choose DOM, the only place you can trade with your mouse are the DOM columns, and both is, as you might imagine, both. Next of all, I use multi-brackets, and that's where I implement the risk-neutral methodology. This is the smallest risk-neutral package you can have because you need to have an even number of contracts. Boom, there's the package size. The next thing you need to determine is your stop loss for the entire package, and you do that. First requirement you better look at is your account risk tolerance and parameters. Volatility of the market, volatility of the instrument you're trading, et cetera, et cetera. Once you've done those things and you know where you are, in advance of this moment in time, should have been in your homework last night or this morning early before the market opens, before the live session starts, you better have these figured out. Once you have established these two, then the first risk-neutral scale is automatic because it is for half of the package, and it's for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. And then the second contract is a runner. Can be 4 lots, can be 4 lots high volatility, you know, however you set this up in your homework period away from the live market. Now, you'll notice that I have all of my parameters up here, or my metrics, same as over here. You can turn these off and on, by the way, or, you know, display or hide. I don't need any more of the tools in the trade control panel because I use multi-bracket. So I confirm my 2-lot package is correct. I can re-click this padlock, which stays green because we selected a way to interact with the app. I get my real estate back and we're all set to trade. Now, I'm going to, next of all, do the TLab snap, which is going to be a limited thing because of the wonderful things it does. And you ask yourself, what is the TLab? It is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. And I guess probably the first thing is it's completely free. That's pretty important. So stand by now because I can't type and talk at the same time. All right, I'm done with that now. There we go. All right, it's a bookmap Discord chat room started by Tom B. It's completely free. Tom is reportedly, by his own statement, a professional, experienced trader. It started in the 80s with 46 years of experience, and I believe that he is what he says he is. He doesn't trade live. He doesn't call trades. You're never going to see a copy of his account, data, I'm sure, or, broker records or whatever. So if that's, so there you go. I can't say more than that. I do believe he's the real deal. I spent some time in there early on, and I, in recent history here, I don't spend much time in the TLab anymore at all because I'm streaming now, which was a suggestion of Tom to narrate the market and to keep up to speed. So that's what I'm doing. But I believe that it's the real deal. You're never going to be solicited for it to buy anything, which is pretty unique, including I don't recommend any other bookmap site, Discord place other than the TLab for that same reason. So, shoot your best shot. I feel like I make 2 posts in there a day. I post the reports early in the morning around 6 or a little before, and I post this screen snap every day to give those in there who don't have all of the same charting capabilities, I would say, as I do, some leg up. Now, I've got a problem here with my data. I was trying to optimize, or I've said this already, trying to optimize IRT to make it more streamlined over the weekend, and something went wrong right here. This data will come back in, no problem, as soon as the RTH session starts. It's how the session prices are being captured that's not affecting the data, the charting at all. Now, that's not saying I'm confident with Cloudflare, but, there we go. The next thing that's important to do is while we're over here, are the statistics. I've already talked about how we determine the open. type, we're going to be opening lower in range again. And the way this works is real simple. It looks back at 1,600 trading days. Of these 1,600 trading days, we opened lower in range, 476 of them, or 29%. Of the days we opened lower in range, price revisited the overnight mid, 82.4%. What do? Well, you jump over here and you go overnight. Oh, wow, hiccups. Great. Overnight mid, 82.4. Now, I can tell you right now that many of the statistics that I use, close, previous high, previous low, are not here because of this drama with the, and it's just a matter of the data being pushed in the session, the session prices. There's no problem with the data. It's a hiccup at the, and 80.5 is the overnight volume point of control. So that's right here. Whoop. Excuse me. And now I'm just going to go down the list. Whoa, excuse me. I'm just going to go down this list and enter these like previous close. Okay, that's not a level I can easily see, nor is a high and low. All of these things are irritating me, so I'm not going to have my session prices and my statistics in here particularly well today. We've got previous POC. Why that's pushing and the others aren't, I have no freaking clue. The problem with this data and what's going on here, and the overnight low is 66.8. That's right here. Right here, the overnight low, the overnight high, I guess. That's another one we can grab. $51.3. We're going to open here in 2 minutes, so I better stop talking, huh? Well, I think I'm probably okay. I can't do much more, and I'm not going to. Right? Let's get back to the charting. Now I will. Damn frustrating. This Cloudflare thing, I don't have any idea what's going on with that. That just blew. I have no clue. But it's pretty disappointing. Cleaned up, changed my heat map settings a little bit here. You can see the pullback and continuation zones, which push from the trigger charts and my trading system. And right in the middle there should be the IB low and IB high. Really disappointing. And all because of, I don't know exactly what. I didn't change any settings to do with highs or lows. We're going to open in 30 seconds here, so hook in and hang on, boys and girls. It's going to be an interesting day for me, that's for flipping sure. And I suppose this won't reset on schedule like it's supposed to. Now we're five handles high here in the price thing, so I'm going to wind her up a couple, and there we go. And of course it didn't set. There we go. Start throwing the overnight. Well, we opened right on the overnight volume point of control, so that's over with. Start throwing these flags in here just for the hell of it because I'm anal Andy. And in a little bit, we'll be able to put Blue Boy on the job. Jesus, Christopher Christ, what a hassle. Now I am going, let's put Blue Boy on. Now this is a really expensive proprietary indicator here, so don't Don't cheat. That's what I ought to do. It's amazing how some of these people do that. Now you see, now I'm all screwed up because it's not right, and that drives me crazy. Remove the drawing, redo the drawing, because the old guys, humor the old guy. There we go. Boy, that's irritating. This thing doesn't reset at 9:30. Obviously, that's really the first print according to the time. Here we are, whatever, it doesn't matter. We know this is to be close, eh? And this is just a visual clue or cue for me. When I glance left, if I see Blue Boy, I know I have the entire session in view on the chart, and that's important to me because I believe context is the most important thing we can do. Now, what I was trying to achieve with all of here's how I changed the charting to RTH. So now I'm changing it from full session to the RTH session, and I've done that here. So here's the previous RTH session, and here we open right at the low, and away we go. Are we going to get that responsive buying that I thought might happen? Who the hell knows? Okay, and here we are today. The room. Get up here and change this guy. There we are. Okay, I'm going to save. Now, this is the micro, remember, because that's what I'm trading on the live account. And I'll talk about all of the reasons why and how I have my scale up system in place and on and on and on. Okay, and we got to do this for the minis here. And I will do so now. Okay, and there we go. This is always on the RTH session only, so that doesn't need to be changed. And I don't plot market profile for both micro and mini. I figure, this is pretty much a general sweep, or a broad stroke, shall we say. So I just keep it like it is. I keep it on the minis. And now we're going to save this one. And I love it when it does that. If I didn't have so much BS going on in the background, I'd start IRT over again and I may have to, but Jesus, that's a pretty daunting task. You don't have no idea all the hocus pocus I've got going on in the background here. Probably, maybe you do. Okay, let's get over to here. I don't want all these damn things. Look at this. Now I'm on the slider and it's talking about, it's looking clear down here. That's not what I want to have happen. This is not working very well, in my opinion. This is the micro. Oh, imagine that. Look what's happening here. Some responsive buying, I guess you'd say. And here's my IBs now, right? Because I switched to the RTH session, I've got everybody in place now. I don't know. It's goddamn frustrating, I'll tell you that. Okay, now what happened? What fell over now? I don't know. I don't think anything has. Not sure I like these new settings that I plopped in here from this fella. I'm pretty sure I don't like them at all. I don't like seeing all this goddamn noise going on here. So what we're going to do is we're going to change this heat map setting like this. And what I did was I changed this. Let's see what happens there. Oh, not good. Oh, not good. Auto, manual. That was how I used to do the smoothing. Smoothie. These guys use colors, right? I don't. This is what it would look like. The reason I don't use the colors, I like the black chart background. It's easier on my eyes. And the way you get the pure black is you use Legacy Color Map, by the way. Now you have that. Okay, smooth automatic, doodly doodle do. What happened if I go like this? Okay. I don't know. I don't think I like that as well either. All right, well, we'll see what happens. Okay. Well, that's just about as much fun as nothing. Well, we have our initial balance. That's a really good thing. Overnight low. This needs to go up here a little bit. And that's, of course, going to argue with me. I got too many moving parts here that I'm not happy about. I switched from my wireless mice, my Logitech MX Masters, to Logitech wired mouse, something 502, something or another. Because I thought I was getting dongle bleed over between I've got a couple of 3 mice and a couple of 3 machines here, so I got to thinking the trading machine was probably not the one I should have on a wireless. It should probably be wired, as are my keyboards and things. So yeah, there we are. I don't like the shape of this mouse. I wish it were the bigger form factor, fits my hand better. And I'm not thinking I like the way this crap is working. What that means is it's just smearing this resting liquidity around. I got all these off. Oh, Jesus. Wow, why aren't you doing what you're supposed to do here? Okay. So where are we? Who's on third? I don't know. Let me just say straight up, first and foremost, anytime you have a situation where your hardware, software is upside down, stand back from the trading mouse. This is not a time to prove to everybody you're a tough guy. You have your money at stake, or at least I do. And that's exactly why I'm trading that's why I'm trading the micros right now, is because we've switched to this account, new software, this and that. I've been having some hiccups lately. Moved to the AMP account, and I want to be sure all of this noise is working right, because it has my world hooked to it. Financially, this is my trading business. This is how I support myself, my family, wife, everybody. So it's not a video game, and it's not gambling. And it's not a pretty picture. And now let's have a look-see at what in the Sam Hill all this stupidness over here is about. Well, Chrome is working okie dokie. All of the usual suspects are working. Larry Summers is having a bad day. That doofus. Now, oh, and here we go. You see, Cloudflare was upside down, and they got back together, and now we're okay. So we can get over to the economic calendar. I thought so. It was a problem with the Cloudflare server. And it's not. So here's what I was referring to. They're slipping these, and I just showed you the screen snap, thank goodness. They're slipping these in at 2 o'clock in the morning. Obviously, that's... Now, one thing about there's two things that it's real important to know about that I didn't get a chance to cover as well as I wanted to. This week, with this fill in because of those, industrious souls we have in our government who are on, walkabout. I want to point out to you that non-farm payroll is going to be released at 7:30 in the morning this Thursday. Okay, that completely tips over the random risk idea. So this is a special week. You better be really, really aware of it. Let me just put that in there. Okay. Typically, we would all, if you've ever been around trading, you know that non-farm payroll is scheduled for 7:30 in the morning, the first Friday of every month. But for 2 months, thanks to our friends in DC, we didn't get these numbers. Now, I think a good thing. They're trying to make up for it, right? They're playing catch up. So I suppose they'll fall into cadence starting, going forward. So this is completely random. And notice this, there's no forecast for it. Interesting, huh? And I'm assuming that it's going to happen because it's been scheduled. Now another thing that's important to point out here while things are now working is earnings. And our earnings calendar is pretty light, huh? Home Depot, we got some home builders and we got some retail coming up. But tomorrow afternoon, we've got NVIDIA. That's going to be absoluto hugo mundo because of the AI bubble, which is a complete cluster. Now let's see if financial juice is happening. Oh, yeah. So here we have Cloudflare is now. That's all straightened out. Okay, cool. So here's Home Depot. There's the Canadian Schmadian deal. And that brings us up to speed, I guess. That's pretty cool. I'm glad that's all come right. Glad it wasn't me. And let's wonder if some of the other noise is happening here. Let's just see. I'm not seeing the previous data that I wanted to see, and I have to figure out how to go about doing that. So let's take a run around the roses here. We're pretty high in volume. We're down across the board except for gold. Short, that's not too we had a little bit of responsive buying back here up to this, low volume node right here. And now we're flat to down. You can see what's happening on the micro composite or the higher time frame over here. NQ. And these are the micros. Remember that. These are the micros. What's going on with Triggerville? No, nothing as it should be. Okay, we'll look at that in a little while. I'm just looking at everything here to see if everybody's working. To be absolutely honest with you, and I'm still trying to figure out why in the flicking world I'm not getting. See if they've caught up. No, they have not. Well, we picked up 2 now, you see. Why these levels have been filled in, I have no idea, and that's nothing that I certainly did intentionally. All I did was limit. I'll show you what I did. What I did was, and this morning I just said retain all 1 minute data. A minute ago I had this at 1,000 days, 2,000 days, and 5 days of tick data. And these are the instruments. Now that's all I changed because tick data is choking, it's a huge data set. And you can imagine the amount of data flowing down the pipe and through our software. And that I can't see how in the world that possibly had anything to do with the retention of this data, which has worked for years without issue. But something's up, so I'm going to try to figure out what that is and figure it out, right? So you're up to speed there, you're up to speed here. Let's see what we are with the minis now. By the way, that was the mini. This is the TLab chart, which I explained earlier, and this is the minis. This is not the micros. Yes, 15-minute chart, boom. Turn those naked volume points of control off and on. That is the weirdest freaking thing. And these are just V-pound variables, right? These numbers are V-pound variables like this. So it's the way this chart would do, or any would do, is it would push these session prices to, it saves them in a V-pound variable, and the V-pound variables export to, with the data export tool in IRT, and that's what propagates to, Bookmap and everywhere else, the session prices, which I push to, freely to anybody that wants them. So, yeah. Weed, I guess. My typing, I got a chapter marker here, special reports weed instead of week. I guess I'd better change that before I publish it tonight. I don't know. It's really irritating. I hate it when it's one thing when stuff breaks, and it's one thing when something has worked for years, literally, and then all of a sudden goes upside down. Because I have to then stop and figure out what's interrelated and blah, blah, blah. Not sure if I like this smeary looking shit going on. Sorry, this smeary looking thing going on over here. This is the smoothing, right? How they've smoothed this data together. Now you notice that we had the IB low line drop. The flag is not followed. That's not a bug or an error. That is expected behavior. The initial balance high and low data is pushed automatically from IRT to Bookmap at the same exact time. This indicator line, and it drives both the indicator and the cloud note. The indicator line was coded by some boys and girls somewhere. You buy this thing from Bookmap, and it has obviously got a refresh time less than 1 minute. 1 minute is the smallest refresh time I'm allowed to set in the cloud note column. So there we have that. And I had changed this to 1 minute, thinking that might slow things down, and maybe that needs to be bumped up a little bit. So it's just exported that one. And we'll see what happens here. I'm not seeing previous lows and highs and stuff, and that's really irritating me. But I'll stop yapping about it now, and I will just continue to monitor this trade and see, or the market. I have no trading to anticipate, because I'm only trading my vetted trades, which are, at this point, the initial balance trades. And those don't occur until, remember the definition of the initial balance, the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. So there's no statistic, there's no possible trade until the first hour is concluded. And that gives me lots of time to rant and rave about why this thing's not pushing across the data. Well, what have I forgotten to do now? Nothing at the moment. I'm going to try to sort out what's going on with, give a thought here to what's going on with IRT. These are how you set up the export, data export stuff on IRT. Yeah, I don't know. I got no clue. Definitely taking out the bottom and heading for lower ground, aren't they? I would say. Where's Blue Boy over here? That sneaky devil. Come on. Look at him go, that hiding guy. There he is. Long ago, I would keep my timeline here at 5 minutes. And it's pretty obvious that even though they continue to plot, the POCs and all the lines are going to scroll off the left of the screen at some point. So I started using these migrating flags here, because as they scrolled off the screen, I wanted to know where they, the history of the POC movement. Now that I have Blue Boy on the team, I don't need to rely on that as much or at all, because I have the entire context in view all the time until I'm ready to potentially interact with the market, in other words, trade. and then I can scroll in as tight as I want to get. It's just an old habit that I keep throwing them on there, to be honest with you. This mouse where you can automatically click a couple buttons and change the DPIs around is screwing with me, I think. But I'm getting to a point where I may put the other wireless or in other words, use the wireless dongle for for the trading machine here and have all the rest of the crap on wired ones, maybe. I don't know. Just because I like the way that master fits my hand. I really don't think I'm liking this smoothie deal here very much. It's kind of smeary, doesn't it? This heat map can't get its shit together either. Vertical smoothing manual. That's how I used to do it and how I kind of liked it. And you notice that it unblurs all the volume over here. It prints them out. Watch. I'm going to click automatic. Watch the dome columns, the volume in the dome. You see how it smears this out? And of course I can change, manually change this around. But I think I'm going back. I think I'm going to stick with the way I used to have it. It makes more sense to me. I'm not drunk. I don't need to look like, see like, I don't need my charting to look like I am. All right. So, okay, let's get up here where we don't have our bottoms. Ooh, at the bottom we go. Well, what's this say? Let's look at this. Come on, goofball. Well, this is, we're going to put tariffs all over everybody. This is the tweet at 10 o'clock in the morning. And the reason why I said critical risk is something you need to be really, really aware of. And it's by no means a political comment. This 229 handle sell-off was the result of a tweet at 10 o'clock in the morning, which had no basis in fact for the reason of the tweet, nor was the response put forward in the tweet ever acted upon. No problem. Tweets whatever he wants on his own social media, by the way, have nothing to do with the White House or anywhere else. But that's huge. So if you weren't ready for that and you had not, didn't have your brackets and stuff in order, guess what happened to you? Not a good day. And look at us now. Well, there you are. There you have it. Well, this thing is not liking any of this. So what am I talking about here? This unidentified critical risk. which is, I was just talking about. Not political in any way, but if you're a business person or a project manager, after you get your project going, the first thing you do is identify any potential risks that could derail your project. And then you make a mitigation plan in advance so that you're not caught on your back foot. And we should definitely do that in trading because, I mean, that's the whole point of the reports and the scheduling and all of the report stuff that I do every morning and just talking about non-farm payroll and all of that. Years in advance, we know that non-farm payroll is going to be released the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning, Central Standard Time. That's recognized. You can make a plan for it. You can be sure you're not in the market, whatever your plan is. This is completely random. No way you plan for that. Out of no place. So that's what I call unidentified critical risk. I don't know, or UCR. Maybe I got to think of a catchy name, but you know what I mean. That's what it is, and it's really worth paying attention to. You want to be sure that you minimize the exposure you put your account to market risk. You want to be sure that you always have stops and profit brackets in the market. And if you're trading live, as am I, make sure that those stops and resting orders are all server side. And here we go lower, huh? Are we going to get an IB? Well, we don't have any IB any IB statistic yet, do we? Because it's not 9:30. It's 9. So what is that statistic and why am I worried about it? Well, it's a big, well-known statistic from market profile days. Again, the initial balance, which is just a market profile name, is nothing more complicated than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, period. So, knowing that, the statistic is that there is a greater than 97.5% probability that we will exceed the high, the IB high or the IB low at some point in the balance of the trading session after 9:30. That's a pretty big statistic. And I just noticed something here. IRT conveniently highlights the proper column open type. Notice it selected a lower out of range, indicating that we opened lower than the previous close in the previous range. I don't think that's correct, but I'm going to go look at it. And if so, I need to change my column over here. So let's see where's the best place to look at that. This is the micros, by the way, not the minis. Well, I guess the best place to look at that would be on the mini chart itself, eh? And I guess you could say we did open lower out of range by just a tick or two. Here's our open. And I think if you squint your eyes, you're going to see that the close is just above it. Here's the close. Well, the close is up here, but here's the low, right? So we're lower than the close and we're out of range. So I'm going to change this around to reflect the correct type, open type. And the reason I do this is for any screen snap or my the stream recording. The minute I look at that, I can see this title and have a lot of information in a big hurry. Now I will need to change or revisit at least these statistics. And the way this thing is upside down today, I don't think I'm going to bother. Because what is going on? Nothing's working very right here, and I'm not too keen on changing anything. Goddamn mouse. Is it the mouse or is it me? Do I need to just go back to bed and forget about this? Goddamn mouse keeps going up and down and around. The problem is these DPI buttons are right next to the left mouse click, and so my finger gets off whack because this mouse is too small for my hand. It's my story, and I'm sticking to it too, by the way. God damn. So that's interesting. Let's see if we can get a statistic over here that might mean something. Do we have anything in here yet? We don't have any of the previous range statistics here, which is really annoying. And by the way, everything was correct this morning as I was preparing for the pre-market and the stream. All of these levels were propagated incomplete. And I re-downloaded the data with IRT, or restarted IRT to clean it up for any overnight crap with memory, and boop, away they went. So now I'm really at a puzzle. What to do? What I'm going to do now is I'm going to make sure that the backtest and trigger stuff is working correctly. What I've been doing here the last 2 days, Friday and yesterday, this is my trigger chart, which has nothing to do with the trading system here. Oh, man. With the trading system here at all. However, these levels, which are just custom indicators I built for this chart, and the signal markers are also custom that I built for the chart, accurately represent the levels and rules within the trading system. So my thinking was I could visually confirm, is stuff happening? Are these things happening where and when I expect them to? What I've been doing now is, or started yesterday, oh, look at the sell-off. Look at us go down. What I started doing yesterday was I send this to the chart, which means that it plots system trades. Now, this is simulated only within IRT. That's real important because I do not want this thing sending trades to my live account. You notice up here, this little quote page trading list. If this has got a symbol in it, IRT will trade it. If it says 0, no trades can go. I've also got it set on the simulated account, which is just a visual confirmation for me that this has been set to simulated. And there we go. Because obviously that should be, that ought to be pretty obvious to you why I wouldn't want to do that. So we'll do that here in a minute. All right, here we go. We're plotting. That's a good thing. Just don't know what to say about this session prices thing. That is so freaking weird to me. Why that is doing what that's doing. I'll think about it long and hard and figure it out. I hadn't noticed it until this morning, so you know, it's not the kind of thing that I would want to. Do I want to address first thing in the morning? Maybe not. And let me say that it's really important that you don't make changes to your trade plan. You don't make changes to your strategies. You don't, rebuild your charting during the live trading session, or that's what you're going to do, and you're not going to pay any attention to trading, which is not the case for me at this point. So, and you very definitely never want to trade on tilt, in my opinion. And here's something that's bothering me, or, maybe it's just visual, but you see the flag for the RTH volume profile is right here at 2275, and the Bookmap is calculating it here. I know what it is. I bet. Watch this. Reset, clear resets. No, it didn't change it. Typically, if they're not aligned, both of them in time, and Bookmap, as I said, has been getting its knickers in a knot pretty severely about this reset. The POC, the mid, the VWAPs are all based on this column resetting. And I have it configured to reset, well, at 0830 Central Standard Time. Gee, what a novel idea, right? That just happens to be when the RTH session starts. For years, this worked fine. I've tried session start, which is really screwed up. And I have subsequently sent log files to IRT after finally just saying, okay, fix this crap. I was gonna pony up for the lifetime, but I don't think I will until I know that this is all gonna work. I've already got a lifetime license of Jigsaw and whatever else. So my mouse is not mousing exactly like I would like it to. That's not a big G502. It's the wired Logitech Hero mouse, in case you want to know. I really like the MX Master 25s. Fits my hand good. The buttons are in the right spot. But as I said, they don't make that mouse body in a wired with the tail. With a tail. So where are we now? What's happening? Who's on third? I don't know. Well, it's 9:16. And we've had a VPOC migration south. Blue Boys, playing hooky again. Here's an example of why I was using the VPOC migrations. Do I take the POC or do I take this one? This is why I started out with these migrating flags, because it scrolled off the screen, right? You can't see it. My objective here is to have all the data I need to trade on the hard right edge, as opposed to lots of internet folks who spend a lot of time in their rearview mirror, which is cool if they can get people to believe that that's true and they get paid for it. That's how they make their money, I believe. I don't think they make it trading. I think they make it with ad rev from YouTube. Otherwise, why would they be doing that? I am not monetized in any way. And as I pointed out in the pre-market, this is my virtual trading journal, because I don't multitask well. I believe journaling is important. For me to be doing screen snaps and typing and stuff in a journal, it just dilutes my concentration on trading. And I have, that's a big enough issue this way. Also, this is about as detailed and as perfect as you can get. All of the trade action for the entire cash session from 8:30 in the morning. My pre-market starts at 8 through 1500 every trading day is captured. And my voiceover here, or narration, provides insight as to what I was thinking continuously. There you go. I suppose the only other way there's no other way I would know to do that, actually. Anyway. This is approaching 9:20 now. Do we have a statistic? Nope. Do we know what the IB statistic is? Yep. It's at 9:30. This will stop moving down and this will stop moving up. And there's a 97.5% probability that we will take out one or the other. Is it a statistic now? No. Should you try to short thinking that it's going to go lower? I don't recommend that even a little bit. So let's see what happens in the IB. Now, let's get over to the trading system, and the trigger chart here is exactly this chart, only it is just bigger and doesn't have the trading system window on it. These are the example of the signal markers. These are the pullback and continuation zones, all of which I explained already are just custom indicators on these charts, not in any way connected to the trading system, except for the fact that they accurately represent when and where those things are going to happen. Now, your question might be, okay, genius, so where the hell is everything going on over here in today's market? Well, it isn't 9:30 yet. The minute it is 9:30, these levels and lines will all start to plot. And I have pushed these levels and lines, except for the IB is already on Bookmap. I don't bother pushing the triggers because it's just 1 point either side of the IB. IB high, plus or minus 1 point is the trigger zone. but I push the pullback and the continuation zones to bookmap. So I'm trying to give myself as many possibilities to not miss something and to trade accurately. There you go. And when I have a signal, an A, a B, let's get over here. When I have an A, a B, and a trigger, I take it. I take it on the live account. I take it manually in bookmap because I don't trust IRT at this point the way I understand it, even though I've been using it for 11 or 12 years. To trade my live account with my money automatically, and I don't have a way to have bookmap. I haven't got it figured out yet. Bookmap to have the signals to trade automatically, and I don't mind being in the loop. Right, keeps me grounded. But that's where we are. That's how the system is working at this point. When I have an A, B, and a trigger, I take the trade, whichever is signaled on bookmap. And you'll see that using the 2-lot risk neutral package. And this is all based on my backtesting, which we'll go through, after a bit. And what are we going to do? We're going to have that IB statistic in place pretty quick. And look what has happened now. Maybe. How good of an idea was it to try to get short? You know what I mean? Boop. We'll talk about that in a little bit, but you get the point, eh? Man, I don't know what's going on with this thing, but it is sure disappointing to me that I don't have yesterday's RTH. And it's so disappointing because all of that data is absolutely being pushed and saved to the V-pound variables. And if you don't believe me, well, let's get to the right. Let's get to the micros here. So the way you look at that is there are all of the session prices that I'm pushing to bookmap and to share freely. And there are the V-pound variables. And why in the hell they're not some chosen ones for whatever reason aren't being saved? It is a complete mystery to me. I got no clue. And the only change I made over the weekend was, this worked fine for years, by the way. The only change I made over the weekend was trying to make the system more efficient by reducing the amount of historical data saved. In other words, 5 days of tick data or 3 instead of 20. That kind of thing to make the system more efficient and more responsive. That's all. But something happened somewhere. I'm not saying it's IRT's fault, but I'm sure I did something wrong. But figuring out what that is, I'd prefer to blame it on somebody else, but got to be straight up here. Got to be a big boy. Okay, 25 minutes. Ooh, are your spidey senses all tingling? Now, are we going to just, the minute it's 9:30, we're just going to start hitting that button and clicking that trigger, right? No, we're not. We are going to wait until 9:30, and we're going to get an A. And then we're going to get a B. And then we'll enter a trade if we get a trigger. And I'll point out to you and to the stream and why this is real trading, not video gaming. Let's get a lot of subs and make money. And don't get me wrong. If a bunch of people want to subscribe and YouTube pays me, great. If I could get this channel where I was getting a big payment from YouTube, I'd split it back with the people that are subbed up. Or, you know, figure out some way to do that. That would be, I would have no problem doing that because my goal here is to make my living trading. Anyway, back to the point at hand. Monday and Tuesday of last week, I didn't have any signal. I didn't take any trade. Simple. If I don't have a signal, if I don't have all three of the signals in sequence, I don't take a trade, which brings me to another point. Notice how there's an A and then there's B's and triggers and all this crap going around. This chart, as I said earlier, is just, these are just things I coded myself. Signal markers, they are just indicators. And I'm not going to bother trying to work out how to get them to watch and only go in sequence. The trading system itself, abso-freaking-lutely, only works in sequence. And the way the system works, and I'll show you that in the backtesting, but the way it works now, oh, and by the way, let's send this to the chart. Anyway, the computer or the backtest engine evaluates each one of these rules over every 1 minute candle. And you'll notice that these rules are not as clever and as easy to use as, for example, the multi-brackets. You have to, for each direction, long or short, or, you know, IB high or IB low, you have to have a specific rule for each one of those things. It doesn't automatically figure, oh, well, we're above here, so we're going short over there, you know. It doesn't figure that out like multi-brackets does, which is really handy with multi-brackets. All hats off. Also, there's end of day exits, which I set how many minutes from the end of the session I want that to be. And these will, if I'm in a trade, these fire and boop, it closes out the deal. So now we are approaching, and we're going to send this to the chart. Okay, now I'm going to remove these IBs just so they don't draw any extra lines, because yesterday that didn't seem to be a very good idea. And now, if we have a signal, it will draw here. And hopefully I've got my act together to a point that I am on top of it. Hey, buddy. Yeah, so here we go. I'll be monitoring here, and I do that with this tab now rather than just the trigger, which I used to do, because I'm pushing the system to the chart. When I'm comfortable that that's all going right, and I, you know, don't need to close this or do something crazy, then I might change the format here, because the trigger chart's a little slicker to see, right? It's, you know, bigger, prices are bigger, blah, 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 blah. Hey, Richard, good morning. I didn't see you pop in there. Sorry about that. Well, I've been upside down today. I managed to break something over the weekend so that my TLab chart is not getting or retaining the previous RTH data if I reset, which is pretty stupid. This will be all propagated by the end of the day, but I made a mistake of resetting this, rebooting this morning. Had a problem with Cloudflare. That was something kind of weird. And yeah, who knows what the hell's, who knows? Ah, here we go. It's 9:30. You see that? And how did I know without looking at the clock? My levels are here. And you'll notice that, maybe you'll notice, maybe you won't. And notice that they're here. So here's the IB, here's the continuation zone, here's the pullback zone. Here's the IB, continuation, here's the pullback zone, and here we're trading. And let me just point out to everybody, let me see, I actually have a thing for this, I think. Hold on. Yeah. I guess that's there. I recommend, do not trade in anticipation of the statistic. Oh, baby, we're under the POC. We're below the VWAPs. We're below the mid. We're heading for the IB low. We've had a VPOC migration lower. Yeah, maybe we will. Maybe we will take out the IB low, and maybe you'll make some money. Maybe it'll do this, and you'll get spanked. The voice of reason and the voice of experience speaking here. Thinking I was going to be clever and get ahead of it, and then finding out, as fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, shame on you, Or no, what was it, George? How did George Bush, he got it all screwed up. Fool me once, shame on you, fool me once, shame on you some more. Yeah, Junior, he was funny. The saying goes, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I try to say it wrong and then I get it upside down. So welcome to the stream. Thumbs up, subscribe, send money. If you don't want to do either of those things, there's always that. Boy, we're getting a lot of data delays and data spikes here. This, all right, what is this bullshit? I don't want to do any of this. Why is it doing that? Wow. So yesterday, I don't know if you were around for it, but I got one signal yesterday, and it was a scratch, Richard. There was actually another signal that I missed, fortunately, because it would have been a full stop. I was in the trade and missed it. So, yeah, lucky me. Wasn't intentional because, as I've said a gazillion times before, when the signal triggers over here, I will take the trade manually on Bookmap. And now that we're in the IB and it is a possibility I can anticipate taking a trade, it's time to do pre-takeoff checklist here. Got both interaction methods selected. It is a 2-lot risk neutral package. I know that because it's the only 2-lot package I have. Over in the multi-bracket setup, and I don't need the rest of this gear. So I can click that baby and we're ready to trade. And if you don't believe me about the 2-lot package, there we have it. Multi-brackets. This sim thing down here, by the way, if you want to if you want to do a recording, play Bookmap very, very accurately records every tick movement of the entire day or session or however long you have it running. And if you want to replay that and trade it, you can do that with multi-brackets using this multi-bracket sim. Now, in case you're going, oh, so is that what you're doing now? No. And the reason you can tell that is when you do the replay, quite fortunately, and I suppose intentionally by Bookmap, there's a great big progress bar that zooms along the top up here with a thing that says what day you're trading and whatever else it is. And down here it will say replay. So, yeah. And that brings me to another point. Notice, this is to further furthering the transparency and accountability. Notice that I stream my entire monitors, not just the application, so you can see any programs that I may have open. I'm not running two issues of Bookmap, for example, like some clever, anyway, running two screens and they take a long on one, a short on the other, and then they say, oh, look how great I did. And the clock, hours, minutes, seconds, and the date. And are we going to get that IB stat? Maybe. Ooh. Are my spidey senses tingling? They would be, because I would be really pleased to, our context is down. Blue Boy's on duty. He's awake. That's cool. VPOC migration is lower. You notice that we get the pullback and the continuation zones are plotting here because it's 9:30. Not to mention we have the labels. We may indeed get a trade the right direction. My basic, I don't know how to say it exactly. I don't have a negative personality or anything, but I hope. But shorting, I think my preference is to short. And it's from years of watching the markets, and it's kind of like the market takes the stairs up and jumps out the window down. You know what I mean? That's my feeling. Maybe that's just the confirmation bias kicking in, my monkey mind, whatever, I don't know. And I very definitely, logically know that short, first of all, has an unlimited risk to the upside. It has a fixed potential profit to the low side because it'll only get to zero. And by and large, the market is up and to the right. I mean, it's funny, actually, if you happen to notice the starting soon screen for the stream. And I don't remember, I should look up when the hell I made that snap thingy, but the ES is trading at 42.25 quarter, I think. Hasn't been that long ago, by the way. Yeah. Oh, here we go. VPOC migration lower. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I'm excited now, aren't you? Let's get going. Ooh, and we lined up right. Isn't that cool? That's great. Now, if I can just get the mouse to work and my brain to work and my tongue to work and all those things at the same time. This stupid son of a bitch. God, I hate that. I'm going to have to get to the Logitech hub and set this thing so it stops doing. It's probably a great feature for gaming guys or whatever, but I want it to be at 1 dp. You can go from 1200 dpi up to 6400, and this is about right for me, I think. The 6400, the thing is zooming around like I can't even keep track of it. And unfortunately, the two buttons are right next to the left click button, and so I'm continually smooshing all over them with my fingers. Oh, I don't even have static going up here. There we go. Somebody asking, is anybody else long after that VPOC shift up? And there are some guys that just cannot refuse trying to pick a bottom or a top. I mean, what is the context, for Christ's sake? What's the context of this session? What's the context of, hold that thought. What's the context of so far of the last trading sessions? I bless their hearts, you know, but wow. Oh, I'm going to sneeze. Hold on. Okay. Well, baby, we're going for that IB low. Once again, do not trade to this in anticipation of the statistic, in my opinion. Oh, here you go, you know. Boom, we had an IB continuation. We had the VPOC migration lower. Here we are. We've tested 2 or 3 times, and there's the statistic. And what happened? You got smacked right there and stopped out. 15 to 25. Be sure you remember, these are 5-point increments here now, which is way more than I typically do, but we got so much price range that I don't think I can get it. I typically like it to be 1 point, which is there. No, that's not even 1 point yet either. Come on. It won't go anymore because of the range. And this is down. This is not an opportunity for up. And I want to keep Blue Boy, even though I know what we're doing. Now we can get him down to 1 here, I think. Maybe. Here we go. Okay. We don't have Blue Boy on the job, but we know that the context is down, and we are now one point high. Here you go again. You got short, and now this is 5-6 handles against you. Lots of volatility. Thin market. I guess that's what you could call it. And we better get back over here to Tradeville, huh? Aw, no signals. Isn't that something? Look at there. I got to switch this up too, by the way. It's just the way I lay things out. For some reason, I always have my tool on the left, and I need to get this chart over further so I can look at both of them together. I wish I knew how to, was a code wizard. I would have, I would have my signals firing on Bookmap. That would be great. The problem is this is just one setup, eh? So, and it's been vetted. I'm comfortable that I have vetted this setup repeatedly over 500 trading days, 725 or 30 trades. And I know the statistics and the expectancy and the risk reward ratio, et cetera, to expect in that kind of environment. So now I've got to do the next one. What am I going to do? Am I going to do VPOC migration? Am I going to do something to do with mean reversion? The next setup needs to be, I need to figure that out, and I need to, or identify it, and then I need to vet it. Look at these swings. Pretty volatile right here. These are all, what do you guess the ATR is? Anybody? I guess 5 handles. Oh, 8.5. Boy, I was not even close. High volume, 8.5 handles ATR. This means that you are stopped out 2 and a bit. If you're trading a 2-lot risk neutral system, as I am. That's not even fun, is it? I don't think so. Now, looking over here on the 1 minute chart, it's a little less volatile looking, and we have a tweezer top up here, whatever that means. Do we have a signal? Nope. Have we entered a trade? Nope. Am I pissed off about the charting thing? Yep. I don't know what the hell I did or how I did it, or if I did it. That's another problem. You can be chasing your tail if it's just a bug, right? Or I'm not a bug in IRT, but like a glitch in the data. I've re-downloaded the data about a gazillion times. One of the things, because I'm using a lot of V-pound variables now for various things to do with this trading setup, I'm always worried that I'm doubling them up, because that's a problem. The V-pound variables, the V means that it is a user variable and it is instrument specific. So if I have one chart that's saving this line right here to V-pound 1, and I have another chart that's saving this line over here to V-pound 1, they're going to go, okay, pencil neck, which one do you want? Conflict, right? Now, I'm assuming it's something I did over the weekend by changing the retention rate and of the historical data to try to optimize the system, IRT. But that's just because maybe it was a coincidence. I don't know. For years these things have worked without issue. Particularly these levels, which are assigned to V-pounds. You can actually see the V-pound number over here if I wanted to mess with the chart, are not propagating now. And this morning, before I reset, before the stream started, everybody was fine. So, yes. There you are. There you have it. So what do we have to do? Well, we don't have a statistic. There's the IB low and there's the IB high way up there. This is the pullback zone, and this down below us is the continuation zone. The first thing that needs to happen is an A signal, which, what are we going to get now? And what is that? Who's talking? Who's saying what? And I know you're going to come in here and start screaming at me because now something's going to happen on the charts. I know. Hello. How are you? Well, this is something to do with news. I'll bet money on it. Who's speaking? Bar is speaking. Oh, Oh, Trump's meeting SMB. Oh, God. Boy, is that going to be a news fest, I'm afraid. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, you bet. Okay. Well, if there aren't two straight arrows, I never saw them. Jesus. Okay. Oh, we're getting close here, huh? We didn't get a signal yet, though, did we? And you know why? Because this is the initial balance. The first signal is an initial balance statistic. And we didn't get one yet, did we? Something is not right here. This was correct a second ago. At no point in the session has this been down here yet. IRT thinks it has. It thinks it's at 6313. Bookmap does not. Jesus. Jesus, Lena. Well, okay. There's our 1 point price. We're out 15 minutes over here. Well, excuse me. This damn thing. I don't think it does, but let's check. No, it doesn't have any. It doesn't have any session prices. These are all the custom signals and indicators. And this one here is just the session prices on this chart and not pushed any place. I don't think. He said. He said with not a lot of conviction. Now, you see, it's not being stored in any VPound number. It's just being displayed. Just as I expected it to be, but something's gone goofy over here, and I'm not sure what. All right. What do we got now? It's coming up 10 o'clock. Jesus, Trump and SMB. Oh, my God. Maybe this is a potential critical risk hootenanny here, and I should just, we'll see what happens up until, say, 11 local, Central Standard Time, by the way. That'll give those guys an hour to, I wonder what gold stuff they're SMB brought to give Trump. Isn't it amazing? There's a law on the books that a president cannot accept any gifts without it being approved by Congress. Congress. Benjamin Franklin couldn't accept a watch from the Bonaparte, I think, from France, when he was the ambassador there, until it was approved by Congress. Jesus Christ, you know. He'd get into priceless gold clocks and gold, whatever the hell that Apple moron gave him, and Jesus. I mean, the world has certainly figured out how you deal with that guy. Gold reminds me of Austin Powers. Goldfinger, gold. Yeah. I don't like this. I don't like this. It's accurate because this is extremely volatile, right? It's swinging 25 handles here. But I don't like that. I don't like the looks of that. I don't like the looks of that too well either, man. I didn't like that blurry looking mess thing. I didn't like that at all. What will concern me this morning, first of all, is this thing I've been bitching about all day about IRT and the data, but I'll take the trade if it's signaled because that's the plan. And I don't change the plan during the live market. However, I'm not going to be particularly enthusiastic about it or have great expectations about any trades today because of this volatility and the fact that it's a 2-lot risk neutral scale with the 3-point stop. We're swinging 25 handles here in, seconds. So I think it's pretty easy to get a swing and get taken out and then the market go the way you're thinking it's going to go. And maybe this is a job for a high volatility setup. I don't know. But if you see what I mean, right? Like there's 5 handles. How's that? Anticipating the statistic working out, you know what I'm saying? What I mean? See the point, right? You see the point. Oh, there we go. What happened here? Somebody said something that nobody liked. Do I have a statistic yet? No, no signal yet. Okay, this is where it's real important to look at the difference here and zoom in a bit, perhaps. This is clearly the IB statistic, okay? In terms of the old, well-known IB stat.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
Is not a signal in my trade system. And I'll show you why. Here's the IB statistic, okay? Now, the open is above the IB. The close is way below the IB. It penetrates, and that's correct. However, the preceding bar, the open is below the close. It needs to be the other way around. Otherwise, this would be an A. Wouldn't be a trigger, wouldn't be a signal to enter. It would be the A. So that's important. And that's why you don't see anything going on over here or over here. Now, the trading system, which is on the chart, doesn't plot the A's and the B's and all that kind of stuff. And the way the trading system works is something else that's important to understand. Once there's an A and there's a B and there's a trigger, it enters the trade. No other trade will be entered until both of those positions are closed out, and that resets A, B, and trigger in the direction of the trade. When you have an A, there will be an A up here for the pullback, and there'll be an A down here for the continuation, because we're looking at the IB low. The IB pullback A would be still valid, but not the continuation. That's clear. So I didn't wuss out on the trade here. There is no trade. Well, this is irritating. Why did it do that?
Hey, the IB low is taken.
I don't know, something's happened. It got dark outside. Well, we picked it again. We don't have an A though, and we don't have a B, and we don't have an anybody.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
See what I'm saying about the we didn't get any follow through, and everybody that's all excited about getting short is now licking their wounds. Ooh, we had a B, we had a trigger, we had a B a minute ago, but guess what? We don't have an A. And here's some other nuances that I'll point out that I haven't dealt with, that I will not deal with in the live market, that I'll deal with in the backtesting and do what ifs to see if in fact they are correct. The A and B, one of the things that's happened several times is I mentioned the open needs to be above the IB and the close needs to be below it. More than once, the close has been on the IB,
Hey, the IB low is
no
taken.
signal. So do I change the code to say equal to or lower than in this case? Another one is, you notice how the A and the B were firing back and forth here and coming in and coming out. Maybe one of the things I want to review this weekend is to have the signals fire on the next bar. You see how the B has gone away? Now, if I have it set for the next bar, there'll be no B flashing in and out of here until the next bar prints. And I don't know how the ramifications for that, but the only way to approach this systematically and in a constant improvement is you run the back test as it is. Then you make one change, and then you run the back test with that change, and you look at the difference. And then you put the change back, and then you run it with the second change, and then you can start adding the changes together after you're good. And this is definitely Trump and Schmump talking here at the opening, and we're gonna, who knows what they're talking about doing, but So, yeah, what am I doing? I don't know. What's happening now? I don't know that either. A lot of volatility today. Lots of volatility today. A good day to probably practice something else. You know what I mean? All right, let's point out that this is 6,600. There, there's 30 handles. And I can't get any smaller. I can't scale down any further than 2 micros. So I can't, the only way I can manage that risk any further is don't trade. And that's one of the things with, that I've worked up, and as we'll go over later, is the scaling up, sizing up and down to enable compounding the account and managing risk ultimately. Well, this is just an environment that I don't think is very conducive to my system here. It hasn't fired, and it's not going to anytime soon, but yeah. Well, I'd say volatility reigns supreme today, boy. Wow. Well, I guess that I guess that short wasn't the way to go, huh? I'm still trying to figure out my stupid levels here. Ah, damn it. Well, I think a lot of them talk to each other. Let's see a new quote page. Yeah, I'm still trying to sort out this sessions level thing, or levels session prices thing. I figure I'll do something constructive here. I'm not going to be throwing money at this mess. Thank you very much. There's a time and a place for everything. And this is neither. I'm also not getting any signal, so there's not any reason to do something. I have no clue why this isn't working. No clue at all. I have no idea. If that's going to have any impact or not, frankly. Here we are, price check at aisle 3 up here. Look at this. I'm trying to do 6 things at once, and we all know how well I do that. We got the previous close, and we got a whole lot of stuff going on over here. Wait a minute. What does this say? $135 is the previous close here. And I thought, sure, I just saw that something different. Oh, come on. Previous low, high, low, low, small. What's this? Low, RTH. What's this one say? $116. Well, if I'm not mistaken, I was just looking at this and seeing that that was different. These are the RT. This is the. Hold on a minute here. Yeah. This should be, these quote pages should not be impacted at all. By the session prices or the VPound numbers. This is the quote page. I'm going to do something else here. I mean, I'm trying to make use of my time. Boop. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Boop. Okay, add a column. Let's do that, shall we? Add column. Add column. What is this? Columns, I think. Yeah. One or more columns. Okay. Let's add a whole bunch of them. Why doesn't this go down like it's supposed to? Well, that's pretty interesting. Add, custom columns. Okay, that's not what I wanted to do. Hold on. I got it now. Hold it, I got it. Add custom column. I don't want to do that. I want to add more than one column, however. So there we go. Let's pick one. What is it? The previous close. So let's look down here at the RTH close. Let's look up here at R. Let's go this way, R. Or close, I guess it is. Well, that didn't work either. This is just a lot of fun here. Well, come on, you son of a bitch. So frustrating. Down here somewhere I have a lot of prices, I think. I thought. I'm trying to get to any one of these stats to see what's going on. You know what? I'm not sure how the hell you get there. Maybe they have to be. Maybe they have to be. Maybe the session prices have to be in V pounds. Well, there's the settlement price. Well, I'm not having any luck at all now. Whenever that happens, it's not good. I thought there was session. I thought I could just pick through the session prices here and put them into the quote page, but I guess not. I guess the only way to do that is to have them here as I have them in V pounds. God damn, this is irritating. I wish there were just a pre-built quote page for all the session prices. Wouldn't that be a pleasure? So there is V pound 16 is the close, right? Let's see if there's another one around here somewhere that I have. There's V pound 116. Well, I don't guess I need them to be going all over the place, do I? My logic, I believe, once upon a time, and remember this had been going forever, was that the session prices that I push to the data export are these. And like, for example, the previous close, right wherever it went, right there. But these 16, which is just up here, if you notice. Boy, when the mouse does that, oh, come on, baby. I'm sure it's way up now. See how it's jumping all around? I'm sure it's up. Watch this. Yeah, 32 now. So it was at 64 DPI. Now it's at 32. Now it's down to 24. Now it's something I can deal with. So let's go here. Yeah, no, it's 1.6. So that is the session close. From the VWAP, from the session prices indicator. And why in the hell then is that not work? Man, this is a cluster. Over. I don't want to do that. Nope. And over here, this will be driven by just 16. But it should be able to push that value to as many different V pound numbers as you want it to. And don't forget, I have never changed any of this stuff. and it's worked for years, except for the retention. So maybe what happened was it just got itself in a bug. I don't know. I know one thing to do. Something I haven't done is scrub the data. Let's see what that does. Nothing. It's doing something over there, jumping around. I'm sure that this will be VPound 16, not 116. Well, that's irritating. I would really like to be able to just nuke this mother and start absolutely fresh. Won't, because it's years and bunches of work, but if you get the point. So yeah, that happened over here. Whoa, what a styling tale we have. No, I'm not really paying attention to the market. Absolutely not. Now, the way you do the session price or any of the indicators here, when I click on the indicator, whatever it is that I've clicked on will flash. There you go. So I want to see this close up here. There it is. Did you see that? And why I felt the need to use two of those, I don't know. And that's somewhere, I don't even see it. So these are not being saved anyplace, which is fine. Just fine. That's as I would hope. As I had hoped it would be. They're just for display on the chart. But if we go over here and we go up to pane number 3 and you see session prices, that's not good. It's taking 260 milliseconds to refresh. And there they are. And they are being pushed from VPound 1 through 21. Okay. So that's 20, huh? So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And this makes 11, am I not wrong? 10? 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. It should be 21. Something's wrong here. Why is it doing that? This automatically because it's 1 is part of it, so there's 21. That will really break everything. Oh, I bet I know what part of the problem could be. Draw last X days. I probably changed that from I did. I think I've sorted the problem. I changed this to draw last X days rather than just draw the damn things. Thinking that would only be, okay, let's see. Let's see what happens here. Let's make it 5. Draw the last 5 days. Apply. Well, I'll be pretty tickled if I actually figure this out. Drinks all around. Drinks all around. Apply again. Are we applying? I don't see this button doing anything, which is making me kind of nervous. Frickin' mouse. I'm blaming everything I can. Pretty soon I'm going to blame the cat. All right. Give it a minute to think whether I need another one of Mama's fresh out of the oven homemade sourdough bread with butter and natural peanut butter. Fat Billy says yum. Well, I'm afraid to look. I'm afraid to look. But let's go anyway. Oh, well, isn't that something? Look here, we got them all. That's what it was. Okay. I will now do the same for MES, MNQ, and NQ. That's where I screwed up. Okay, got it sorted out. Okay, now I'm going to do something else. I'm going to go back over here and I'm going to set it to just 1 day or 2 days so that because I don't need 5 under any circumstance, but I do want the data to show up. Huh? I wonder if, I guess it's trading days, not, you know, calendar, obviously. Okay, so does that stick? Did that stick? Yep. So let's go do the MES now and see how that works. Well, I love it when a plan comes together. Or when the old guy figures out the problem. What was I doing? Oh, yeah. Refresh days on that bad boy. Push to, and then they'll be pushed pretty quick. They'll push over to... pretty quick, they will push to, there we go. That's the culprit. Pretty quick, they'll push over here. There you go. 413 milliseconds. That's a lot. Don't want that refreshing all the time, that's for sure. Okay, what happens now? Fingers crossed, drum roll please. Oh, mic drop, baby. All right. MNQ and NQ, and I am gonna give some serious thought here, at least with Bookmap, as to whether I want to continue this NQ business or MNQ, you know, continue to be choking the system up, processing. And I realize that there are people that have, you know, gazillions of charts open all the time. But my system, as robust as it is, doesn't seem to want to know about that. This is the super high duty, super groovy. Super groovy. Oh, baby. Gotta do some saving up here. Let's do some saving. I almost forgot that part. That pissed me off, wouldn't it? So, you know, I don't use them. I haven't traded the NQ in a long time. I traded it as my primary instrument for years, but I haven't traded it since, I guess, kind of since I got involved into the TLab and trading with Statistic and those guys. It was everybody's pretty much centered on the ES or the MES, and it's just easier to all be on the same page. You know what I mean? Just easier to be on the same page. Now let's see what we've got. Fingers crossed, drum roll. Boom, mic drop. Okay. And there we go. Well, there you go. Cool. That makes me pretty darn tickled right there. I love it when I like solving problems, solving puzzles, you know. Problems, not puzzles necessarily. I'm going to love throwing this mouse out the freaking window here pretty soon. I just bought it last weekend or weekend before or something like that. What is this going on now? What quote page are you talking about? Okay, here's something you can do. In case you, this is a IRT lesson here. Window Manager, Object Manager, Level 4. Doodly doodly doo. Quote page 0 symbols. You see this thing, which I had opened in by error, getting ready to do something and didn't happen. And now I go. And now I go. And now I go. Okie frickin' dokey. Aren't I happy about that? Yes, sirree, Bobby. Very much so. Very much so. Okay, cool. I'm not going to bother telling anybody about it in IRT. Homemade noodles with homemade beef balls, homemade chili. Special Vietnamese fried dried onion. I think the only thing that she didn't do herself is grew the carrots. Damn, woman is amazing. I don't know how I got so fortunate, but boy, oh boy, am I eternally grateful to whoever, whoever, whatever, whoever, however, really and truly am, in all seriousness.
Pásame blond, me quita el sufrimiento. Me liberé de las ganas, humo en el viento. Tanta ira no me reconocí, cuántas canciones escribo para ti, melodías que compuse ya no sirven más aquí. Ya rompí las cadenas del amor, el hechizo que pusiste en movimiento. Oye, cabrón, pase blanco, que prefiero olvidarlo. Me liberé de toda tu maldición, baby. Me liberé del hechizo que tenía sobre mí. Me liberé del control que tenía sobre mí. Me liberé
Makes me feel a lot better.
del hechizo que tenía sobre mí.
Guess I should put that in bookmap. Wherever it is. TLab.
Con todas sin bote, un payaso sin trucos y chistes, un bufón sin las putas canciones, con tu la 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 la, la 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 la. Ese tema que me sigues, no me sigue, maná. Tanta ira no me reconocí, cuántas canciones escribo para ti, melodías que compuse ya no sirven más aquí. Ya rompí las cadenas del amor, el hechizo que pusiste en movimiento. Oye, cabrón, pase blanco, que prefiero olvidarlo. Más complicaciones, ¿para qué? Ya no quiero más complicaciones, ¿para qué? Ya no quiero más complicaciones, ¿para qué? Ya no quiero más complicaciones, ¿para qué? Me liberé de toda tu maldición, baby. Me liberé del hechizo que tenía sobre mí. Me liberé del control que tenía sobre mí. Me liberé del hechizo que tenía sobre mí.
All right, now let's get back to what the hell's going on here. First, I don't even know what time it is. 11:07. Okay. I've been going over, I've been going over setting up and fixing the issues with the TLab snap and my session prices. So sorry about that, but first of all, I'm not gonna be stupid and start making up things to trade. I don't have any signals. I follow my plan without question. But I don't want to stand here. I'm going to let myself be tempted or be non-productive. So I was able to sort out a problem. So it's a win-win. Win-win. And here we are. Yeah. Nothing. Nothing. And maybe not. Now, are these the same? Fingers crossed. Oh, yeah, look at there. Isn't it cute? Don't you love it when a plan comes together? All right. I'm going to get back to the job at hand here. And so here is the TLab snap in all its glory. Yeah. This is I can turn these little guys off real easy. Boop, boop. I had this in here doing some stuff. I was looking for days and updating my naked volume points of control on Bookmap, actually. And I can also remove those beauties just like that right there. So what was happening was I was getting none of these previous prices, which I have now gone through and I think explained, and hopefully that might help anybody that's in. Let me point out here, anybody that's using IRT, I'm fully and absolutely happy to share any chart defs of my micro, my micro composite, or any of my charts, or the trading signals setup, trading system, or the trigger chart with all the little groovy indicators on it and signal markers and all that stuff, or any of the other charts for that matter. But they're all basic. I mean, the rest of the charts are basic. It's just a market profile, micro composite chart, Renko and a Renko. So what do you want? But I'm happy to share whatever. No problem. Life is short. You're dead a long time, by golly. And I'm pretty sure that we're not gonna, if the handful of people, even if 10,000 people were following this stream and we all got going on the same stuff, I don't think we wouldn't impact the market at all. Think about it. Millions and millions of traders and algorithms and computers are expressing their opinion about price movement every second of every trading session. I don't think that we would have a hell of a lot of impact. It always tickles me when these guys are, they're hunting my stops. It's like, you bet. Remember the market on close imbalance last night? 2,500 and something million ES contracts. 2 billion and change ES contracts. Think about that. We are smaller than a drop in the bucket. I'm pretty sure of that. Cool, I feel a lot better. That's great. Now let's put on a nice trade and make a gazillion dollars and take a nap. Big, thick, homemade Vietnamese rice noodles. She makes the best chili sauce too. It's incredible. Garlic and ginger. Not stupid hot, but just, spicy. It's good. Very good. Okay, let's see now. I'm all happy about that. Now let's throw a big trade on here. Let everybody dance. Let's get rich and, Are we going to do that? Absolutely not. We're going to take the systematic 1, 2, 3, goodbye. 1, 2, 3, you're in a trade. If you don't get that, you're not in one. Simple. And I'm probably all out of my secret, my thinking here and my timeline and all of that kind of stuff. So let's do this one. This is a real important one for this type of a day. And it's your monkey mind. It's all about trader psychology. And I refer to it as your monkey mind. Tom calls it, hide. Who knows what somebody else calls it. But baked into our wiring from the thousands of years of development that we as a species have gone through, we have all of these things cooked into us, which were very beneficial way back when, kept us alive, participated, were the primary participants in the natural selection, the branching of natural selection. As two guys saw the grass wiggle, one guy jumped behind a tree because he was risk averse, and the other one went over to kick the grass to see what was in there, and ended up something's lunch. The guy behind the tree passed down his genes, the other guy didn't. That's natural selection, or adaptivity. So as a part of that, we have all of the financial or the trading boogaboos that come out psychologically. FOMO, wanting to be right, chasing, revenge, all that stuff. And it's all because of our wiring. And I don't believe you're ever going to be able to get rid of it, because, what other parts of your innate structure can you change, or have you changed? So what I think you need to do, or what I strive to do, is be continually aware of myself and how I'm feeling in the trading day, and do not act on those things. FOMO, no thanks. Am I bummed out that I wanted to get a trade today? Sure. Look at this volatility. How stupid would that be? Am I going to take a trade that's not signals driven? Nope, absolutely not. And those things that are cooked down in us are contrary to trading. Right? When we put on a trade, we're risk seeking. We're that guy kicking the grass. So that's why, now that we've evolved a little further than that, maybe he had a club, so he was trying to club his way out of whatever came after him. We have trade management, risk management, stop losses, all of the sophisticated things to try to manage the risk and be aware of the risk that we're taking on. And doing it strictly from a probability point of view. They didn't think like that. We didn't evolve that way. But that's what we have to do to trade. Trading, in order to be a real sustainable business, must be a business of probabilities, the law of large numbers, and you need to recognize that it's a pretty much random environment, and that the outcome of the next trade is essentially 50-50. The market only goes up and down. Time puts the illusion of sideways movement on it, but that's not it. So, you need to, these kind of days are perfect days to be thinking about this stuff, because this is not the kind of a day when you're gonna be doing a lot of trading, or when you should be doing a lot of trading. I don't think. I certainly am not, because I don't have any signals. Is it going to get near a signal? Maybe. It's coming back down a little bit. We'll see. As I said earlier, and I'm sure, be careful today, because there is the random risk band they're circling the White House, man. You know, SMB and Trump are meeting, I think it said all day, maybe. Hold on. Let's take a look over there and see what we can find. What do we got going on? Well, we got a talking Fed. Yeah, see, these guys are busy talking all day, I believe. So, yeah. The random risk, you know, I'm not going to go through my speech again or get my, I don't want to get my soapbox back out, but it's really important. And it's really important. Two things are really important. I could care less politically. You have no statement to make about that. But we're traders, and our job is to grow our account. Otherwise, I mean, if your job is not to grow your account or have a consistently profitable business, and your job is to get an adrenaline rush or, play a video game, then never mind any of this crap I'm telling you. Get out there and trade the hell out. Wear that, I bet you can't wear 2 mice out a day. You know what I mean? If that's your goal. My goal is to have a consistently profitable trading business. So these things are really important, and they are not political in any way. As I said earlier, we know forever we know for years that non-farm payroll, right? We're going to get it on Thursday at 7:30 because where'd it go? Going to get it on Thursday at 7:30 rather than typically Friday at 7:30 because they're playing catch up. This is September. Huh? We're now in November. This is because of the government closure. Also not the problem of the people who put out the report, which is the Bureau of Labor Statistics. We know for years that the non-farm payroll, which is pretty much the biggest report that affects the market every month, comes out at 7:30 in the morning on the first Friday of every month. Absolutely, everybody knows that. You can mitigate your risk. You can stay away from the market. You can do whatever it is that you have proven with your data away from the live market has an edge for you or an expectancy. The scariest, most dangerous thing you can have is an unidentified major or critical risk potential. And this right here is my poster boy. This is a 229 handle. Watch right there. Sell-off drop in seconds, in minutes, based on a tweet at 10 o'clock in the morning. With no basis for, there was because China has done this, I'm going to do that. Neither one of those things happened. China had not done that and hadn't done what he claimed, nor did he put on the tariffs or do any of the response that America was going to do. And that's fine. That's politics and the rhetoric and the BS and all that stuff. I don't have anything to do with that. What I have to do with is if you were in a trade and you didn't have your stops and your targets in the market already, and this happened, you could be out of business. That's the thing we have to be really aware of nowadays. And maybe I'm just getting, I don't know, I don't think I am. And it's more precise and prominent now than it ever was. I mean, sure, I was sitting trading, watching the TV, and the airplanes flew into the trade centers, 911, and watched the whole thing unfold. Okay, that was an unrealized critical risk, unrecognized or unexpected critical risk, much more so than this. But it wasn't a guy's tweet. It wasn't based on one guy, one person. So it's really important, I think, if you're going to if you're going to survive in this. To be aware of that. That's all I'm saying. And now what I'm saying is, let's get down there and take a signal, get a short, and I'll get a nap. And don't forget, next week is, what do you call it? The turkey salad, Thanksgiving. So I'll have to look at the market schedule, but Thursday for sure. Excuse me. And the school's out, you know, so that means that there's likely a lot of folks going to be absent during that week. You know, taking their kids skiing or whatever, family things. So the 27th and the 28th, 27th, didn't want to do that. I wanted to get you guys over here, but not this. The 27th, next Thursday, closed. Friday, half day. This means that they'll open at 1700 on Thanksgiving Eve afternoon and then close at 1300 on Friday. I will scrub my data and have both of these be holidays. So I won't be streaming or certainly trading or watching the markets because I keep those days out of my database. It just screws everything up as far as I'm concerned. Okay. So next week, boys and girls, short week, extra short week, 3 days. 3 days. The 3 days of the condor or whatever that was. Are we short yet? No, maybe not. About something else that I need to fix now. Boop. I need to be sure that I have the we change this to 5 to 5 1 minute 249 days. Okay. Let's see what's going on over here. I want to be sure. I know that I changed one of these to, I increased. This is all data. I don't know if I need to do that or not. Let's make them 1,000. What did I do that for? Apply? Why is it doing that? Do I have an overriding setting somewhere? Okay, there we go. See if that breaks. See what that breaks. What do we got going on down here? Yeah, okay. Okie dokie. How about this guy over here? What are you doing, big guy? Ooh, I don't know where that came from, but we don't want that. I'm not sure why we got 2,000 days going on there. I think we're gonna make this 1,000 days. I think if I remember something Chad said there's a video about how to, optimize IRT. I'm pretty sure he said you can keep as many minute bars or daily bars as you want because they're so insignificant in terms of data, where it's the tick data that'll kill you. And I know at one place around here somewhere, I increased the tick retention. I want to be sure that that's fixed. Should be the same because it's Yeah, okay. Well, that's looking okay. I think we're probably all right here. Don't forget there's only 2 instruments. Well, 4. But only 2 of them are plotting. 4 of them are plotting. Why 2449? Why is that happening like that? I think this is being driven by the not sure, but I think it's being driven by the statistics study. Boy, I hate the looks of that guy. He just looks obnoxious, doesn't he? Does to me. Okay. What happened with that drama? Oh, God, tick data 0. See this? MNQ tick data. Let's put it at, I think I'll put this at, I think I'm going to change the tick data retention to 3 for everything. I don't need this to be retaining all this tick data. I don't plot the damn thing. I think I'll change the others too, but not right now. Savey. Ooh, we're getting another leg up. Look at there. Oh boy, another leg up to the highs. We're gonna get an RTH high signal here pretty quick. Good. Well, I'm pretty happy about this. Now, I'll tell you that right now. I'm gonna change this. See what this does to me. I already did this all freaking weekend, so. Okay. We're gonna get up here and get a damn signal. I better get ready to rumble here pretty quick. Maybe. Wrestling. Wow. Who'd ever thought? Who would have ever thought that it would have been taken so seriously that people involved with that would be in positions of authority? Cabinet members, for Christ's sake. What, isn't that whatever her name is? The lady who's got something to do with that. God, oh, I don't even know. Yeah. Something to do with something. Some cabinet lady who I don't think has any education or experience or anything else to do with education, or is now the secretary of that or some crazy thing like that, and she's the head. Her expertise was to be the head of the the World Wrestling, whatever they call it. Wow. Really crazy. All right. So I've got all that happening, and boy, am I happy about that. Now, I don't like it when things like that don't work. It throws me off. And speaking of off, god damn, it's noon already. Well, I'm gonna have to give some serious thought to this now. Am I gonna go out and get my walk, which I didn't get yesterday? I hate it. Now here is a relatively, this is a conservative but viable criteria that I could build into my signals without any problem. And that is the ATR. So that's 2.25 times the risk. That is, in my opinion, a disqualifier. Now, I'm not going to try to code that in or anything, but that is definitely going to be a disqualifier, in my opinion, going forward. If the risk, I'll have to think about the percentage, you know, or the look back period. Maybe this is the ATR, average true range, for every 1 minute candle in this RTH session. Maybe I'll do a look back of whatever it is over the session somehow, maybe. And if the ATR average is above 1.5, say, or 2, I don't know, I have to think about that. That will be a rule. Just like A is, or B, or trigger. And that's a really good idea. Oh, am I glad I thought of that. Which doesn't address the what am I going to do now problem.
Deixa que hoje eu vou ser o teu calor. Sei que tá friozinho, já sei como é. Sei que o nosso amor aquece quando quer. De manhãzinho o sol nasceu.
An implication of the stream being so long, and that I get up a little before 6 to get going here and do some, pre-market and things around the house. I've been standing here for 6 hours.
Deixa de preguiça, deixa o cobertor. Deixa que hoje eu vou ser o seu calor. Sei que tá friozinho, já sei como é. Sei que o nosso amor
Now we're approaching the position where we could actually get a signal over here, right here. And what would that signal be? Well, we need to have an A, and then we need to have a B, and I would prefer to have a B down here for a IB failure, and then get the trigger and fall out of bed to the mean. So we'll see what happens. They're definitely squeezing it up over here. That IB high spike was made at the very last early section of the morning. And here we are. We don't have, that's a trigger, but it's meaningless because we need the A, then we need the B, then we need all that other stuff, which you already know. And once again, we look around the mulberry bush here. Have I done anything stupid and change? No. Got all this, except this damn mouse has gone crazy again. Got that. We got that. Damn. Yeah, exactly. How it gets up to 64. It's got to be for me accidentally. There's the A. Okay, now. Will it stick? It's an A so far, but it's got to close above there, and it's not. So that's not going to be an A, unless they get one more little oomph out of them and close the bar. If they close it right here, it's not, will not be an A. There you go. Am I going to take it just because I'm a big shot? No. Will this be an A? Maybe. Keep going or we're not going to get one there. They better get this. We fizzled out right here. Had they closed there, it would be an A. This would be a B and a trigger. Well, not really. Would be a B. Then we need a trigger, and then we go short, and oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. And everybody's going to be rich. And this will not be an A trigger because it doesn't have the preceding bar in alignment. If they can close this off here and take one more above it, then we'd get an A, which means we've got one of three. Just narrating them out for something to do here. Okay, so they did close it. Now, if they can close this one above the IB, that will be an A. And then we need to pull back to the consolidation zone and then up to the trigger and then down we go. The idea is there's some kind of continuity or method to the madness, right? That's the plan. And not yet. Not yet. They say, whether it's true or not, how the hell would I ever know, that the movement of price outside the IB is typically controlled by the higher time frames. Yeah, it makes sense. They've got the horsepower and the buying power or selling power, whichever it is, the money, to move it in the direction they want. Well, excuse me. They are definitely having fun, huh? There's the open, there's the high. Here we are. Aren't we having fun yet? I'm still on the high from for fixing the data problem. I'm okay with that. Oh, I didn't want that one. We're still up here, and now we're up at a 6, right? This is ATR. Volume's up. ATR's double our stop. This is not a good thing. This is not a good thing. And there are people who use ATRs for stops, and there's a lot of complicated stuff you can get, but my underlying principle, rock in the sand, line in the sand, however you say it, is risk to reward. I'm going to risk 1 to make 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 3. Whatever that is. And I'm going to do it, based on my account. And I've got a size up tool I built, which we'll look at later, maybe. Geez, it's afternoon already. I'm not out walking or taking a nap. There's a big problem here. Something is wrong with this picture.
Salgo a caminar al sol por nuestro lago y por donde mire te veo en todos lados. Tantos recuerdos, cuánto hemos pasado. Nuestro universo todo era posible. Cantamos, reímos, bailamos y lloramos. Nuestra amistad nos hacía invencibles.
Still haven't gotten that A. Get up there and close up there. Show them who's boss. There we go. There we go. No? Not yet. Need a bar countdown thing here. Come on, girls, get it up there. Hold it up. Close but no cigar, huh? Close but no cigar. And what do I think about all this? I think these crackheads are imposing on my walk and or nap. Let's see what's going on over here. Well, big selling tail, here we are. Would I suppose that it's going to continue higher? Yeah, I am, because they ran out of gas down here. So that would kind of put me on my back foot for taking along. However, I have that commitment to the signal, and I haven't put in the extra criteria of ATR, which the more I think about, that's a really good idea. I've been trying to kind of think of how I would add a context, filter, because I believe that that's really important to trade in context. Don't be part, as Tom likes to refer, don't be part of the retreating army. All the people that try to get short up here, I have nothing to do either way here. I need to figure out how to bring this thing over here. I wonder if you can set a chart up to plot right to left. I wonder if anybody's done that. Then I could have IRT plotting right to left, so I would have the hard right edge right in front of my eyes, as I could do with Bookmap. That'd be pretty handy. I'd like that, man. Now, this will not be a signal because the preceding bar doesn't qualify. This could be, I think, now this won't be, you see, this won't be an A signal because it opened on the IB. That's what I was talking about earlier, about testing those small nuances this weekend when I backtest. Is it okay to have that be under the IB, or equal to or less than, for example? That's not the first time in recent memory that that's happened. I have not gotten a signal because it's right on the line. The next one will not be a signal because the preceding bar doesn't work. don't get their shit together here pretty quick, there's going to be a signal that I go take a nap.
Esqueci dos tropeços, esqueci das caídas, em noites perdidas.
By golly.
Vou encontrar
And remember, not only am I depending on this for my own, my own interpretation, but the system is active on the chart. So it will, when there are the 3 criteria for this system, it will throw an entry. And I'll, quick like a bunny, right? If I'm not already ahead of it, I'll be on I'll be on Bookmap with an entry, which is kind of cumbersome, but clumsy, but best I know to do. Now that I said that, let's be sure. I don't know why I did that. Cancel. Cancel. Okay, great. No, nothing. No preceding bar and no signal. Oh yeah, just up a rope. Well, I hope that the 2 leaders have had a lovely chit-chat, lunch, etc. Figured out how they're going to divvy up all the money. It's not funny, but it seems like that's the truth. Well, at some point here, I'm gonna fish or cut bait. This is getting boring. I like it when I got my work done in the morning, and then I can do other things. It's real important to get that exercise. Take care of yourself. I also need to. Let's see, and this is Tuesday, so it's Tam's got school. I need to do the soccer dad thing at 3. Wow, this is just about a whole lot of no fun, and then I'll tell you a little secret. I'm going to show these guys who's boss in about a minute and go take a nap. Oh, I'm tired, Mom. Save me. Trying to get this good-looking gal that just went by here to take me to rescue me.
Todas tus lágrimas y darte todo mi amor.
Am I rich at? Well, if we got a big oomph, we could get us an A and a B here. Or get an A anyway. But they better get oomphin' pretty quick. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the magic of trading. And then this is trading as a business. It's not fun, pretty. It's interesting. I think it's actually fun, but I don't have a problem being disciplined about it, and that's part of the fun for me.
Quiero acompañarte hasta que te salga el sol. Besar todas tus lágrimas y darte todo mi amor.
Well, the minute I walk out to fill my water bottle or my tea or something, they'll put in three signals in a row and sell it off like Kelsey's nuts. Well, I was trying to rely on the Murphy's Law thing here that the minute I stepped away, it would throw a signal, but no such luck. Oh, come on, man. Just get an A signal in there and stop this stupidness. Well, okay. Come on. Take it up. Get the A, and then we'll do the B, and then we'll get a big reversion to the mean, and I'll go to take a nap with a big smile on my face. No? No, we're not going to play that? So, well, that's just magic. You sons of guns. Didn't get it. There is a statistic that is revolves around the 12 to 1 period, or 12 to 1300, however you like it. Today doesn't really, yeah, I guess it might qualify. The first parameter, or the first qualification, is that we are in an out of balance market. And I guess you could call this an out of balance market. I mean, it's pretty elongated. What the hell have we got going on here? We got 93 to, well, 80. We got about a damn near in a 90-point range. The statistic says that if we put in a new excess, high or low, between 12 and 1300, that there's a 90-something% probability that we'll exceed that excess at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session. So it's much like the IB statistic in that it is, at some point in the balance of the session, a high or low will be exceeded. But it's a little bit nicer because it's time constrained down to a couple hours rather than the whole 6-hour cash market. So that's, I don't have that stat, nor am I following it, but there you go. And whether that's and this won't be a statistic, this won't be a signal because of the preceding bar, which is just irritating. Now close down below it and then rip up through it for an A signal and then pull back to a B signal and let's break low. That'd be pretty cool. What are we doing in the grand scheme of things here? Not to get away from the price action too fast, but look at this mess. There was our big sell-off, and now we're dusting around up here. What do you suppose the likelihood of going one way or the other is? Looks like they tried lower and didn't get a whole lot of attention down there. I suppose that oh, here's something else that's worth mentioning. Unless I'm wrong. Yeah, no, I'm not. Look at the top of this profile. It is flat as Kelsey's head. We have excess or taper at the bottom. In other words, the auction completed. This is an unfinished auction. Many people would believe. I'm wondering if it's got something to do with the charting. No. So yeah, there's that. These are all things that are kind of adding up in my book for up, higher ground. Got a big consolidation here up above the open and well, obviously the IB, which is, what is the IB? It's the high of the first 1 hour. And look where we put it in the first, whatever that is, the first 4 minutes. And they just cannot get it together here. We had this one, if we'd have gotten this one up here and then the pullback and then, oh boy, and to get a continuation, that would be quite a signal because it has not been into the continuation zone yet today. And oh, I'm so tired. And it's definitely getting into my, eating into my health routine here in my, the cats refuse to come in the office here because they say they won't come in until I take a shower. And, boy, they can't get it together to save their freaking lives, can they? Look at this. What do we got here? We only got a couple hundred contracts up here. They just can't seem to get it to close above that line. I'm only talking about a 1 minute bar, for Christ's sake. Now we may get it today. We may get it now. No, maybe. You got to be kidding me. I'm gonna have to put a bar counter on this chart so I can see how long it's going to be before it closes. There we go. Now we got an A. Wow, isn't that something? And now we're going to get a B up here pretty quick. And then a pullback to the trigger zone is a continuation trade. We didn't get that yet. So the way it works here is we have an A. This is the continuation zone, and this is the pullback zone. We're going to get a B down here, a B up there. I don't know. Then we get a trigger, and then Bob's your uncle. Away you go. And there's no rules in the book that says you've got to have them all. Hold on. There's no law in the market that says they're going to give me all three signals, but I have to have all three before I'm going to get anywhere, before I'm going to trade this thing. So that's something important to know. And I'll just, in anticipation here, I'm going to make sure I've got everything still set up properly. I'm ready to do the sticky clicky over here. Here's another situation where I could be the nuance. Okay, does it need to be a close? Or can it just be a penetration into the zone? Now, if we're not careful, we're going to get down here and get a B on the bottom end. My gut feeling is if we get a mean reversion signal like now, and then a trigger, that I'd be less warm and fuzzy about taking it. I will, but I would be less warm and fuzzy about taking it because I kind of looking at the micro composite, it looks to me like they look below and they're going to go high. I mean, that's what I would guess. And we're not in the zone, nor have we gotten up to the trigger anyhow. So it's all a moot point, right? It's all a moot point at this juncture. Now let's do some what if stuff, right? So if I didn't require the close in the zone for the B, say it was the low, that's right there. Then I could have the signal, but it's not awful close, but not to the signal. One tick shy, but it isn't working out nice. That's the problem with humans. We can see patterns, places where there aren't even places. And we always remember when we break a rule or, fudge it around, move the stop, whatever, we always remember when they work out. Nobody ever remembers when they didn't. I can tell you I'm tired though. See, we have that poor high up there. None of these will qualify for a B because it's got to come down into the zone. The idea is to have momentum be moving in the direction that is required or that would suggest a positive trade. Oh, look at us now, a new A. Oh, what a bunch of, how exciting. Wow, look at there. And a B. Got an A and a B, is that right? That's one of those cases where, yeah, I was going to say, I don't think so. I don't know how to interpret or whether to interpret that. Not that I have any choice at this point, but now we've got excess on the top. We've got the settlement. We got the previous close up there, pretty close. But it blew right through me and my trade signal. So, c'est la vie. C'est la vie. Well, we have A's all over the place now. Isn't this exciting? No B's. We could go all the way down, get a B and a D and a D, A and a B and a C. Alphabet soup. Oh poop, it's alphabet soup. Okay, what happened here now? Well, look at this. We got excess. We got excess over here. Why this isn't showing excess up here, but volume profile's way up there, I don't know. That didn't seem to make a lot of sense to me. Something seems wrong right there, but let's get back to the trade. Oh, here we go. We're going to get a B now. No, maybe. No B, so no trigger. Now we're going to get a B if it closes inside down there. I'll tell you why I think this is a problem. The ATR. there's a lot more volatility here. So these close inside the range deals have a lot less probability of working out because of the ATR, the range. What is the range, by the way? Still 6 points. Huh? You see my point? I mean, yeah. I hope that makes sense. And that's why we didn't get a B. Now, had this turd closed right here, we'd have a B. Or if this one comes down and closes in here, we have a B. But this is pretty narrow range. And remember that that's double the stop. So that the likelihood of being stopped out on one of these signal trades is pretty extreme. Should have a B signal here pretty quick, I think. Yeah. And awful close to a double. Oh, there we go. Now we got a B. Now if we get up here to a signal, we have a short. So if we get up here to the signal, we have a short. Not yet, but if we get there, we will. And I'll be glad to put one on just to see if I get some adrenaline here to wake up. Oh, that's close, isn't it? Get a little more lift out of it, you boys. Come on, push. Everybody out and push. Come on. I could put a resting order here. Where is it? 78.5. 77.5. That's the 1 point rule right there.
Order submitted.
What happened here? This is what happened in the live market. I was a little bit high and I missed the entry. Look at that. There we go.
Order submitted.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That was work. Now we'll see what happens with the ATR. If we get clobbered or not.
Order submitted.
Oh, damn thing. Oh. Yeah, that little burst of adrenaline was nice. Now let's get down here and get, there's our scale. All right. So there's the risk neutral scale. Okay. All they've got to do is dump it once and we're good. We're golden. But the important part is we're risk neutral. Meaning that I'm not going to get anything but a scratch out of this, maybe. Come on, mean reversion. Show us who's boss. Where's Trump? Where's a Trump dump when you need him? Oh, I'm on the wrong screen. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Yeah, so where's a Trump dump when you need it? Now in this case, I will I'm going to bring my target down here a bit. Why can't I move? Oh, you son of a bitch. Well, I don't want that to be the case. God damn it. I want to bring this target down. There.
Order submitted.
And now I can start monitoring, or I mean, I can start trade managing by sliding this down. It's too late now, but you know, I could bring it down to break even. Or I could just sit here and hope for the best. Let's get a mean reversion. Let's not go up there. We don't need to do that. Son of a bitches. Well, that's about an outside in. I'm a little bit late, but I did take the signal. And so we'll see what happens. This is that outside. This is the in part. I'd like to get it down here on the other side of that, but they're holding up. There we go. There's the stop. Well, that's just irritating. And boy, to the tick, huh? Now what? Well, we could get a continuation, which I think might not be the best idea, but we could do that. And that would be right here. We get in the continuation zone and get the B, and then pull back to the trigger, and then, because here's our A. You know, whether that's going to be the case or not, I don't know, but hey, it's risk neutral, so there you go. So I'm kind of sick of those. Yesterday was the same thing. And I can tell you something that I don't like here right now. I don't see here we go. So here's a trade. So there is a long trade that we've just taken. The system has taken. And I can't get in it manually. Damn it. You see that? And it's gonna run off on me now. God damn. I'm standing here watching something. And it didn't happen in my favor. I have to be real careful about manually taking a trade now because the system has already met its requirements and it's not going to take any more trades until it's flat. It's got one scale so far and it would be looking for two. I don't know what to think, actually. I don't know what to think. I'm flying blind here, baby. I'm flying blind. So here was my trade, here was my scale, there was my stop. The second trigger. This is going to be kind of dicey because of something that happens here. I notice on this on the back testing. Would this be along here? Well, I don't know what to think about that. They put in all that excess. Oh, look at here. Aren't I glad I didn't do that? Well, that's a stop out on the system. Right there. I think. Should be. Not yet, I guess. No. Well, I'm glad I didn't try my hand at that long, though. And I don't know what to think here. Yeah, there's the stop. No, not yet, but it's looking kind of dicey down there. That's got to be it. And the problem that I have now is there is no signals being generated because the system still thinks it's in a trade. And there's a stop. I think, yeah, there's a stop. Oops, there's the stop. There's the stop. Sorry about that. All right, so that's the first trade it took. And I'll tell you a little something on my trade over here. There was not a short trigger anywhere. Trigger being the little arrow. And I don't know how I didn't catch that. I think it was because of not seeing that the context was off. So that's a no-no on my part. And then here we're going to ghost down to my targets and everybody's going to be happy. And c'est la vie. Say the old folks, it goes to show you never can tell. Well, one trade, this scratch crap is getting kind of old. And of course, it's just going to go ripping right on down now. What am I doing? Where am I? There we go. Yeah, pretty frustrating. And here we come to T2, huh? T2 extended. But guess what happened? A little more shakeout up here. Shake the tree just a little more. And there's T2. Pretty soon will be again. And I didn't have any kind of a signal to short. So I was right in my thinking. At least that's somewhat of a consolidation. Some consolent there. But I'm going to be doggone it, you know. Well, but I'm going to have to really scrutinize this trade and see if, in fact, I got one somewhere else. And now I think what I'm going to do is go, I'm beat. I'm going to go take a shower and get a little rest. This is 7 hours of this is about enough for now. 2 more hours into the close, boys and girls. It's 1300. We got the excess. We got some taper now. The auction appears to be finished, and they're happy to go back down. Nobody wanted to buy any more up here yet, so far. Well, one on, one out. Scratch. Boo. Boo hiss boo. Better do my little screen snaps here. Which I do every trade. And there you go. Now, what do we got? Crack Incorporated gonna happen over here now. So as far as the system's concerned now, we need another A to the long side. We have an A to the downside right here. And actually we have a B and we have a trigger. Huh? Is that right? Can that be true? A, B, trigger? But we needed to hit the trigger up here. Ooh, I don't know about that. That makes me nervous. Wow, bummer. I'm busy standing here asleep at the wheel here, boys and girls. And I'm not chasing this mess, that's for damn sure. That was the end. This was the B. This was the trigger for the A, the second round of A, B, and trigger to the short side of the failure. So that would have been 10 handles right there so far. So that's a lot of handles. And I'm not going to just throw one out there, put a resting in there. One of the issues with the signal is it didn't fire intraday, it fired at the close. And there was the signal. It should have been there. I should have seen it there and hit it. but I didn't have an opportunity. And now it's just having a fine time over here. Enter here, no heat, scale, do, and down we go. And, you know, this is where Monkey Boy is out here tugging on your strings. No, Monkey Boy. We're not going to get in. We're not going to chase up here. Thank you. Thank you, boy. So, yeah, this was the trigger for the IB failure again. Because there was an A. And there was a B, and then way over here was the trigger. I want to be damn sure I'm right about that. So here's our A. We got one on both sides. We got a B, we got a B, we got no trigger. No trigger, a trade. No trigger, trigger. Now, it triggered from here. So that makes it look really great down to here. A late entry makes it look like a real bad idea. And we just had a VPOC migration higher according to Bookmap right over here. Oh yeah, right here. There we are. And here it is over here. Now, you know, if you're a VPOC migration trader, you're thinking, that's pretty cool. And guess what else is not so cool? I don't see the VPOC migration for Bookmap yet. Where'd the yellow brick road go? Here? Wow. Data looks pretty buggy, huh? So here we go on 1 point high. Who knows where Blue Boy is? He's smoking cigarettes out behind the barn or whatever he does. And I got nothing happening now. So we're in it for a scratch. I'm a scratch. The system's a scratch. And I missed. Well, no, wait a minute. When the system is in a trade and it goes flat, it resets all A's and B's. Maybe that's not the right idea. See, this is the part where the nuances of these things need to be worked out by me. And that has to be done back testing, and I'm just tired at the end of the day. Like I've been standing here now for 7.5 hours. And I got hours to go, you know, before the day's over, and the family and all that. On the weekend, we have things to do. So I try to get as much done as I can, but I just don't have as much horsepower as I used to, I guess. Anyway, let's find something to listen to here. I don't listen to it, but let me know if it's okay. I don't have a speaker in here, so, you know, there you go. Well, what's going on in Trump meets Saudi leadership all day at 10? Well, we know that. Probably take them a long time to get rid of all the, Texas redistricting has been shot down. I'll be damned. How did that happen? Well, that's pretty surprising right here. Just what they need is more seats, I guess. Maybe they do, I don't know. Who knows? What are we doing now? Are we getting up somewhere? Is something gonna happen? Who's on third? I don't even know anymore. I'm kind of confused now. Not seeing that trigger and then having this trade happen and realizing that A, B, and all triggers are reset. So I'm going to need an A and then a B and then a whatever in order to trade from here out. Maybe I should go take a shower and shave, and it might wake me up a little bit. Usually what happens is I get sidetracked by that big old flat bed as I walk by. And the next thing you know, it's a couple hours later and I'm all snored out. Okay. I have no clue what's going to go on here. We had a big VPOC migration, but we still haven't gotten bookmap, which is kind of weird. Let's see what's happening. Is that the same thing that's going on over here? Yeah, look at here. Boom, boom. Yeah. The micros, minis. Let's look at that. What's a mini doing? Same story. Same shit, different day. What I'm saying here, here we go. Finally migrated up there on bookmap. That's having a real problem being reliable, I think. So we've had a VPOC migration. We look lower. Oh, excuse me. I think they ran out of gas down there, leaving up as a alternative direction. Remember, the market can only go up or down, so hey, not a lot of options out there. What do we have for context? Wake up, blue boy. Okay. Open. Boop. Smack down. Smack up. This is almost 100 handles right there. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. What would I guess? If I had to guess, I'd say they were going to go up with it. But that's a pretty key emphasis on the guess word. There you go. Look at, ooh. There you are. What is this? And there's yesterday. This big distribution is filling out equally. I can safely say I don't know. I mean, I don't have any. I suppose if I had to say I had a preference for what direction I anticipate it was going to go, I would look at this big selling tail that crapped out and say up. I would say north, but what the hell do I know really? Not much. Not much. I mean, that's a real rudimentary gut feeling based on just looking at the overall price action of the day. And the volume is pretty well even across the board. So yeah. Didn't get an A signal, but everything's off the table now as far as the system is concerned. And I can't stop yawning. Problem with having a sedentary lifestyle, staring at these charts and having a really good cook for a partner. I'm always like a damn snake. As far as the system's concerned, this chart anyway, with those signals which aren't related to each other. There's a down, a short trigger, and there's another one. Both of which coincidentally panned out to scale and then some. What do we got? 77 to 70, 68, 10 points. I'm trying to stick with the actual programmed signals rather than just these signal markers that fire all over the damn place on the chart. Maybe that's a dumb idea, I don't know. Who knows? Wow, I know I'm sleepy. I know it's about nap 30 somewhere. Ooh, it's already 1:30. Jesus Christ. Well, now I've just got to tough it out to 3, I guess. Then shower and collapse until I take Tam. What'd I miss? Nothing. Well, that's what a surprise. Oh, another one of those pop-ups there to the IB, huh? But no signal. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 of those. 1, 2, 3 o'clock rock. And it's taken, it isn't a signal per the Axle system, but it's Yeah, there you go. It would be a signal if I didn't reset all the flags to 0 on the close of any one position. And this would be, any one of these would be nice, huh? Boom, bam, boom, bam, boom, bam. 10 points all the time. Smacking around 10 points. You know, boom, crash, boom, crash, boom, crash. 3 of them. 1, 2, 3. All tagging that IB. Failure. To 2 points. To the 2 point, to the double targets. And then some. Yeah. So this is a pretty good example of not taking care of that important tool on my side of the monitors. Being sleepy, and I took the trade as planned, but not picking these up. I have to stop. I have to make a trade plan decision whether those are going to be part of the plan, even though they don't fulfill the system rules. And then I would need to actually go back through, which would be kind of a lot of work, and test it out by changing the rules. And that's the correct way to do it. Now what's going to happen, now what is likely to happen is boom, great, boom, great, boom, great. And you're sitting here going, oh, next time I'm taking that, absolutely. And you get up, it pops up here, you take a short, and then it rips right through the previous close. Not surprising, would not be surprising at all. That's where FOMO can get in. And frankly, that's why I'm not going to take that trade if it presents itself. Because what it's doing really, if you look at it over here, well, you look at it over here too, it's just rotational. Oh, I'm tired. And don't forget, we had the VPOC migration up. Is it the big devil or the other one? This is not the RTH VPOC migration. Notice how it's more muted yellow. It's the full session. The RTH is down here, which makes no sense because here is. No, somewhere up here. Up here is the RTH. I don't know. It doesn't seem like Bookmap is agreeing with IRT or vice versa. I typically always look to IRT as the gold standard. Right or wrong? Well, that's right or wrong. It's open to debate, I guess. Well, we've got about an hour and a half. I'm pretty glad, frankly. 7 hours of the stream, and I've been up for 2 hours prior to that, so 2.5. So I've been doing this for at least 9 hours every day, every way. Yeah, any of these would have been lovely, huh? Oh, that rearview mirror, boy, oh boy. I wish I could figure out how to get to be one of those rearview mirror guys. Got to be easier than this. It's got to be more exciting anyway. Come on the air a couple hours every day and bullshit this and that and something else and click around a bunch of times and get paid buku. Get paid for it. Pretty snazzy. So, an hour and a half. Oh, my goodness gracious. Oh, I don't even know what to think about this stuff now. I should probably say something about something. Oh, I guess, a lot of conversation about the, where is that? A lot of conversation here about the signals and the backtesting and all that. This is all based on the fact that I approach trading as a statistical business to achieve consistent long-term profitability. And I realize that it is a random environment. Millions, literally millions of people, individual traders and computers and hedge funds and whatever else, are voicing their opinion with trade orders every second of every day, every nanosecond. And there's no way to, figure out what all that's doing and which direction they're going, or at least from my point of view. And so I also realize that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. It's a binary event. So the way I believe you approach it, and it's from reading the understanding and the methodology of the top hedge fund people and traders in the world, like Jim Simmons and Dalio and Tudor Jones and Thorpe and Tom Sosnoff, Tom the Trader, Tom B, Rod, whoever. They all agree to the same thing. It's about probability and the law of large numbers. So what do? Well, you identify a setup. In my case, it's been the initial balance, which I've talked about plenty. 2 trades around that. And then you capture, by backtesting or however you can, a statistically significant data set of that setup and those parameters. And identify mathematically if that has an expectancy or an edge or whatever you want to call it of success. And if it does, then you rely on the law of large numbers to manifest that expectancy to your bank account and compound your account. It's also the business model of a casino from the point of view of a casino. They play no game that they haven't pre-identified an edge or an expectancy. And on the casino floor, their only mission in life is to play that as many times as they can and capturing as many examples or samples as they can and manifest that edge to their bank account via the law of large numbers. Simple. Do you know that the probability, the casino, the edge for the house on roulette is 2.5%, and they make millions of dollars because of the law of large numbers. you can do the same thing. You don't have to be winning 1,000,000%, you know, and a huge expectancy, but you have to be disciplined, and you have to, once you have an edge, once you have a system that you have verified, then you have to do that religiously. You can't, because the minute you add discretion to that in some way, and I don't mean discretion like whatever it was, like right here. This is a discretionary trade. There's the signal, absolutely by the rules. There's the target, there's the stop, never to be moved. This is discretion. I moved my secondary target a little further towards what I thought was a legitimate level, price level, and it turned out, and I was exactly right. Now, in the process of that, I got scaled, and then I got stopped out. That means that my system is still somewhat discretionary, because I can do that with my second target. And had I gotten down here with price, I would have scaled up to, say, the T1. The only way to determine how exactly you'll approach that is to use backtesting. But that's the way I believe to successfully approach trading. And what I'm talking about is, this is a basic 2-lot package. These are 11 additional backtests with what ifs. Stops 12, T1's 12, T2's 48, trail trigger at 12 ticks. In other words, when the T1 is hit, bring the stop to break even. What happens? There's all the same criteria. What happens if you do this? What happens if you do any of these things? That's the only way I know to approach this scientifically and in some organized fashion, so that you know what the hell you're doing. And proves out, and that is exactly as I understand all of the best, greatest, whatever fun traders in the world have approached it. Now what's happening? Ooh, now we're going to get up here to something. I don't know what. What are we doing? Well, it's 1:30. Somebody must be saying something here. That's my guess, isn't it? I have to really think about this now. What am I going to do? I believe that I will, even though I would like to say, okay, I'm taking this trigger short, like here and here and here. I believe I'll follow the trade rules and stick to my system and not go off the reservation there. Unless I get an A and a B and a C, you know. Well, there's another one, just like the other one, but it isn't. This will be an A trigger. There we go. I'm gonna see if I can make it around the corner to the restroom here quick enough and back. Let's see. Ooh, out the top, baby. Now we have an A and a B. And if we get a trigger down here, this would be a continuation trade. And this is another instance that I'm not sure about. I need to go back and look at the rules, but if I am not sure, I mean, if I'm not wrong, this double target here, or double trigger here, is a no worky deal as far as the actual system goes. Now if it closes here, it did. Now we have an A and a B. If we pull back for a trigger, this will fire. I'll be kind of, what will I be? Hard pressed to go long here, maybe? Well, okay, we'll try it. There's T2. Further signals, but wait a minute. Where's the goddamn signal from the... Where's the signal from the system? I'm jumping the gun here. Something's going on. And that isn't good. That's not good at all. I don't know why that happened. But I do think that if I get up here to this, to entry, which I will not, stop, okay, there we go. Well, that sucks, but there you go. And look at that, to the tick, huh? I tell you, they always are there to make you care. Look at that, huh? Ah. Yeah, oh, that's just magic. But here's my problem. I don't have a signal trade over here, so what the hell happened? Well, that's pretty darn disappointing. Had I been able to get back up here to break to the entry, I would have scratched it, because I'm real puzzled as to why I don't see a signal on the system over here. But that's a job for later. Oh, here we go. Am I gonna get even and throw one in there real fast? Nope. Good mean reversion. Oh, look at that, right back to the POC. My, isn't that something? Another thing to where I believe this would be an error is it went through the trigger zone. So that's before I got in. And here's a V reversal, which is one of Rod and Company's, Harry's, and everybody's favorite setups, but I would never take anything off the POC. That is diddling in the middling. That's that's pretty disappointing, actually. Let's see what we got here now. I better get that recorded for posterity here. Let's see if I can get this. Oh well, we'll get them both. Isn't that cute? So we're down 24 points, or yeah, ticks points. I do need some sleep. Look at this shit. What is this craziness? Oh, okay, I'm not having anything to do with this, but look at them go. And why? That's got to be a Trump bump or somebody talking about something. They got back from lunch and they're busy. You know, we're gonna murder and chop up all the journalists in the world, and then go out with a little girl. God, look at that thing go. Who said what there? Wow. I wouldn't have any idea what they're up to, and this thing's not taking any signals, and I'm trying to figure out why. And of course, if you're just a gunslinger, you can make money all over the damn place in a situation like that. You won't last for long, but in my opinion, but hey. Well, I'm pretty sure that's got to be a Trump bump or something, some kind of thing. I don't see anything. I got no idea what's going on. One thing I definitely know is this is not taking any trades, so I took a trade and got stopped, and they have no idea why. pretty sure I had everything in line, but what I don't see here is a trigger. I have to do this somehow. I wish there was a way to play this going forward and visualize how these are really firing. I don't think there is. Oh, sorry. I don't think there is. So let's get back to something that means something. Okay, we got one scratch and a stop. Oh boy, oh boy. And I can't imagine I would do anything now. That's darn disappointing. I have to figure out why that is. As long as I'm going to continue to be manually trading this in Bookmap while watching it happen over here, I need to figure out what in the Sam Hill this is all about. So now what do we have? We have a B, we have an A, we have a B. We don't have a trigger yet. But we also don't have a trade from the system itself. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to think. I can say one thing. I think. Oh yeah. No, not yet. I was going to say something wrong. Confusing because this VPOC is not migrated up here where it's supposed to be. So we're actually under that now. This would not be a diddle in the middle here. Not that I'm going to do it, but no, we didn't get up to an A or to a trigger. And we're coming up to 2 o'clock. 1400 in the Intermountain West. After my walk, I got to do something. I'm going to do some curls and some squats here. Fortunately, I have an office where these are 2 stand-up desks, and I can just back off and do something. Well, it would have been nice if that got back up to the trigger, and an A and a B and a no triggery wiggery. Would have been cool. I guess. I mean, any one of these where In hindsight, would have been beautiful. Oh, I knew absolutely that second thing over there with 101 stops came out, it was going to sell off. So I'm a genius. What would I think now? Well, let's take a fast look at context there. Definitely up and now rotational. Gonna get up here and take another signal? I don't know. Will I take it? I'm a little bit confused about that, frankly. I'm kind of confused about why I'm not getting triggers over here and I'm taking trades. And looks to me like a trigger. I think. I thought. I don't know. And I'm pretty surprised why I'm not getting any actual signal from the system. Here we approach another trigger, and it would be an A. And I don't know what's I don't know what to say or think about that. There's a signal. There's a trigger. Oh no, wait a minute. Now that's not a trigger anymore. Now it's an A. Okay. That is because, and I didn't listen to it previously, The trigger is no more than one above, no less than one below the IB. Not above it, not more above it, but within this zone. That's the trigger zone. So I didn't take the trade, and look at me, I'm up here at the high again. Except now we have an A and a B. And I don't think that's a long-term capital event. Kind of a long-term capital management, maybe. Seems like it's doing a lot of different stuff here, doesn't it? Oh, so no B, huh? We have no B, just an A. Nothing to do here, folks. This is kind of confusing. Okay, so we've got the world famous 1400, the power hour, baby. So let me say a couple of things here. I'll get into backtesting here in a second, but I'm busy watching this market, and a couple of things to say. It's important, I believe. The win rate of and by itself is completely useless. What is valid and viable is when you have positive expectancy. Now, expectancy is based on your win rate and your risk to reward. Basically, the formula for watching the market, sorry. The formula for expectancy is win rate times average winner minus loss rate times average loser. And that is a real valid, viable number, and when coupled with your risk to return ratio, you can be successfully profitable. And you don't need to have even a 50-50 win rate. You can be successful and profitable with less than 50-50 win rate. On the other side of that coin, you can say you can have a 90% win rate if your risk reward upside down and go broke in 10 trades, whatever. So that's a real important thing to remember, that win rate alone is useless, and it's just clickbait. I say that so that you be cautious about what you see on YouTube and what you buy into over there. Here, I guess this is being streamed to YouTube, actually. Forgot about that. Another, well, goes hand in hand with the risk reward, the importance of risk reward. And I think that's probably one of the most important, which is if you've got a positive risk reward ratio, then your win rate, anything over 50% or even less than that, can be a positive business, trading business. My win rate is one loss. R1 is R1. First of all, is your stop. How much are you risking on the market, and how much do you target to gain from the market? That's your reward part. Okay, and it doesn't do you any good to target that. I can say, okay, I'm going to target a risk of 3 points, and I'm going to target a reward of 1,000,000 points. Useless, stupid. What you have to do is you have to capture a statistically significant data set of examples of that trade and prove out mathematically what your risk to reward ratio is and your expectancy, and then your win rate and your loss rate. But that's how you must approach it if you're going to be successful and consistently profitable, in my opinion. And that's not just my opinion. That's, the opinion of a whole lot of pretty smart folks out there. So look at this thing bob all over the place here. And none of these trades are anything I would take. These are outside in or mean reversion trades. I don't have a vetted trade for that. This is a vetted trade. The IB failure is a mean reversion trade, and I have vetted that, but I don't have anything way out here in space, in outer space. I'm looking at my stuff over here. Yeah, I'll go over the backtesting thing here in a minute, and then we'll be watching for the bottom of the hour and do the market recap, and then take it into the close. I don't think anybody can express the importance of a positive expectancy and a risk reward ratio. Those are the two prime criteria to being successful as a trader or not. In my opinion, you've got to have a much more than a 1-to-1 risk reward ratio in order to be a successful trader. And very definitely, you've got to have a structured, systematic approach to trading where you have a very limited amount of discretion. Because humans, as a monkey mind, right? There's an old expression: you don't get any more intelligent after you're in a trade, That's tongue in cheek, but boy, that's the truth. There's a reason why you put the trade on when you were not in the trade. If that wasn't a valid, logical reason, you shouldn't have put the trade on. But because you're in the trade now, even though it was the right thing to do a few minutes ago, now you're in the trade, now it doesn't look right, or now the stop needs to be moved or something else. That's it. That's a slippery slope to ruin there. Absolutely. Slippery slope to ruin. In my opinion, remember, this is me talking to me here. It's my journal, and I'm talking to myself. So as far as the backtesting goes, as I alluded to earlier, in order to properly vet a setup so that you have a valid, vetted trade system, the only way I know to do it efficiently is to be able to do it programmatically. Otherwise, as far as I'm concerned, you've got to live, older than Methuselah in order to do it right. You have to have a large enough sample set in the trials to be outside random distribution, which is a minimum of 100 trades, and they all have to be exactly the same. You can't have stop here one time, stop there another time, target here this time, target one over there some other time. That doesn't, then you can't compare them. That's meaningless. That's why a computer is such the way to go, the ideal way to go, because it doesn't have any discretion. If these rules, if it sees this rule and that rule evaluates to true, bam, that happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't happen. Period. So what I have done and what I think you should do and what you're seeing over here is these are just the rules that vet, excuse me, that I have vetted for the initial balance trade. Here's one, went to scratch. Well, I thought I had another one over here, which I took, and I took a stop. So now I'm one up and one down. I'm scratching one down right here. Because I don't see the trigger, and I think what I'm going to have to do is not take any trades until I see them fire graphically, because I'm obviously misinterpreting something over here, but let's keep going. So this chart is just to visualize what's going on over here only. And it's after 2, so I'm not going to imagine that there's any more trades coming along, or I would not take them anyway. Come on, you son of a gun. Boy. Mr. Mouse, you're not playing very nice, Mr. Mouse. Sure, it's my fingers, but... Okay, so the system has now been taken off of this chart. So we can look at a back test now. These are the system rules. Each one of these rules has to be evaluated, and if it's a trade, evaluate to plus or true rather than false. And then any of these targets, stops, all that stuff happens as well. So first of all, let's make sure I have this set for the basic 2 lot. Yep. Okay. This is where I can do the what if stuff. And then we can set up the back test like this. 500 days, 2 lot, futures only, MES. Okay. Back test. How long do you think it would take you to go through 217,962 1-minute bars and accurately assess whether all 40-something of these rules are true or not? The system goes through that over each 1-minute bar and evaluates each one of these rules. It took it 5 seconds to do that. No discretion, absolutely accurately per the rules. There's 723 trades, long and short, drawdown, etc. It took 60. Average profitable trade is $65. Average loser is 30, and this is a micro. Remember, drawdown is 7 and 7. So they're even Steven as far as consecutive winners and consecutive losers. Now, the way I do the calculation for percent winner and all that kind of stuff is using this tool that I made. You can see right here that this is your risk to reward ratio right there. The difference with this is that, what is this all about? I don't like what that's doing. Why is the mouse doing that? I don't know. I don't like that. Why is the pointer all goofy? Anyway, whatever, it's over with, I guess. The problem with the profitability is that it is dividing the total number of trades by the winners. But there are a huge number, because it's a multiple targets, there's a huge number of scratches in here, right? What is this, 245 and say 220? So that's 465, essentially, 464. So it's 464 winners and losers out of 723. So the difference is 300 scratches in this system. If you want to be real anal about everything, oh, come on. You can go through each and every trade at the minute, trade type, outcome, on and on and on, and the evaluation of it in money. I like to look at ticks, but IRT's set up for this, so what are you going to do? So we get back over here. The tool that I made for it is this. Boom. 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 Now, there's 723 trades. This is probably pretty close. No, it's not even close. 245, yep, and 66 trades, yep, and 219. I just did this morning. 219 and $30. Okay, that is exactly the trades that we just back tested. There's 258 scratches, 51.8% win rate, 48.2% loss rate. Pretty obvious. Expectancy of $19.73 per trade, and a risk reward ratio of 1 to 2.2. In other words, for every R value that I risk, which is 33 points, I have a return ratio of 2.2 times that much. And that many, 2.4 trades a day. And this is the outcome in terms of T1 and T2. Now that is, in my opinion, how you backtest. And we can take it to another level here, which is this. Showed you this a minute ago, but here is an example of the two-lot risk neutral. All the statistics. Here's the two-lot risk neutral. The minute you achieve T1, it trails up to break even. There's the statistics, and on and on and on. That's the way, I believe, the only way to accurately backtest and assess whether you have an edge and how much it's worth and should you be trading it, et cetera, et cetera. And more importantly, are you wrong? Is your system broken? Well, let's see. I've had 6 stops in a row. Oh my God, this is no good. I'm getting out. Well, wait a minute. Hold the phone. Hold it. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Wait a minute. You had 7 stops in a row here when you did the back test. Consecutive. 7 consecutive losers. Also had 7 consecutive winners. So, you know, you need, before you throw your toys out of the cot and freak out, you need to make sure that it's within or without the parameters that you've tested. So there's that. Yeah, I'm sort of rummy because I'm tired, but anyway, that's back testing. Now the next thing I will do is on the weekend, I'll do some what if analysis that I've talked about earlier. Like, okay, I'm trying to look for an example here. Where rather than an A signal or a B signal or whatever else, which says it closes within this, what if it's on the line? What if it's equal to or greater than? You know? That's the only way I know to do that scientifically or somewhat intelligently is to actually make the change in the rules. First, you run the back test, you keep all the results. Then you change one thing, then you run a back test. You can do that, you know, as fast as you want. This these are 12 back tests. Took 5 seconds each. Took longer to figure out for me to change the parameters around and rerun them again. That's how I believe you can get somewhere doing this. And the next thing that that I've just come up with is this sizing tool. So my premise is the following. I am going to trade micros until the 2-lot package, risk neutral 2-lot package, P&L, is 1.33 times the 2-lot package for the mini, full stop. In other words, 300 plus times 33, it's $400. Then this is ticks, by the way, of the mini. At which point I can then switch to the mini, get wins, great. It builds up. I take a stop, get back down towards the 0 line. Then I go back to the micros again. And that's what this calculates for me. I'll be right back. Oh, I've been talking to a muted mic and I don't know for how long. Probably all afternoon. I don't know. Oh, great. Well, that just kind of fits right in there. I hope somebody got something out of all that backtest conversation. I think the mic was kaput. Well, that's what happens when you're tired, I guess. Typically, Antonio would ping me and say, hey, I think you're on mute on the chat up there. Anyway, so that's just magical. Okay, let's do this frickin' thing here now. The recap-a-rooney. Okay, what did we do today? Well, I took 2 trades, a scratch and a stop. And that wasn't a lot of fun. It was an extremely volatile day with high average true range. It was a good day to stay away, frankly. And here's our open. There's our IB high, and we're still just fluffing around. It looks like a real directional day, but it's got some miles on it of almost, well, what is it here? It's 85. So it's essentially, yeah, it's about 85 points. But it's just been all over the board, not necessarily directional. A real sloppy day to trade, actually. And why? I guess because it was lighter liquidity and higher volume, I guess. So I got the other stuff figured out. That's a good thing. Got all my levels pushing through here. That's really nice to see. I'm so pleased. IRT, the micros. The minis, the doji, or whatever that is. Doji, isn't it? Sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is. When you look at it like that, it looks kind of benign, doesn't it? When you look at it over here, it looks a little more aggressive. And I've got this still opened up on 2. Huh? The profile, as I talked about early on or a couple hours ago, it was real flat on the top, and I was pretty sure we were going to have to get some excess. Just think about the auction. The auction has to come to some kind of closure. It can't just chop off. Like, you know, like somebody unplugged the phonograph or something, you know. It needs to wind down to nothing on both ends. There needs to be excess on both ends, as there is now. Down here, up here. Now this is a daily chart, so you know. But this, okay, so these are the micros, and this is the mini and the NASDAQ, or the ES and the NASDAQ. The high volume, my high volume chart, which is a micro composite. Basically RTH session only, and these are daily bars. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile, which automatically generates high and low volume nodes. Boom, 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 boom. And MCVPOC, etc. Market profile. And session prices. Now the session prices and the high and low volume nodes push automatically to bookmap. Let's see what's going to happen in the other world over here. Well, tomorrow, well, let's look at this week. These are the economic numbers reports up for the week. And here's tomorrow. Crude, that's typical. And FOMC minutes, we know them already. Thursday, a biggie, non-farm payroll. Initial jobless claims. This is the government sneaking these or pushing these through, which they missed the last 2 months. Home sales. These are all government numbers that they're pushing through now. This was interesting. Look at this. They pushed through continuous jobless and all this stuff at 2 o'clock in the morning. Normally 7:30 or 8:30 or whatever. And Friday we've just got the usual suspects, PMI, and something else that's important to note. This is, first of all, this is investing.com. It's completely free. You can filter it to where you are, your time zone, what reports you want, whether you want 1, 2, or 3 stars, etc., etc. And it's free. Also, there is holidays. You can look up and see what's going to happen with Thanksgiving next week. And earnings. Here they are. Now, this one is real important, and that's next Wednesday. That's NVIDIA. Nothing the balance of this week. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then the following Monday and Tuesday. And that, I think, will pretty much wrap it up. But NVIDIA is going to be a biggie, and that's going to be after the bell next Wednesday. And we've got the home builders and stuff, so that's, that's important. This is investing.com. Now we have Financial Juice, which is also free, and you can filter it. It's got a similar docket right here, but I'm not real crazy about the way I, capturing it and pasting it in like a Discord or somewhere. I prefer the look here and readability. But the right side is more of a squawk box. So you can see all this stuff about the BLS, what they're getting ready to do and when they're going to release and blah, blah, blah. Texas they tried to screw people and they got caught. And now that's Texas AG is he's a special guy, that one. And over here on the squawk box side, there's going to be this is where they'll release and we'll be able to see the market on close imbalance. So tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock in the morning, be here, be square. I'll do I do start with the pre-market. I do we go through the numbers, what happened overnight, what kind of trade I expect is going to happen in the morning. Anything that's developed that we don't know about yet. Set up all the statistics for the day, the opening type. Make sure everything's working right and get ready for the open at 8:30 and then trade and narrate through the complete day until 1500. So going to be done with that in about 20 minutes. We got 10 minutes till the market on close imbalance. And I can't really think of anything else there. That's pretty much got it covered, I think. And I'm tired, so if I forgot something, oops. I had the mic muted for the whole backtesting thing. I'm sorry, but I do a pretty much similar thing every day, so I try to keep us, for people that are new. There you go. I'm not gonna do it again. Tired. Okay. That's I'm gonna mute again and go get my tea bottle filled up and start getting excited about that market on close orders and the cash closed. All right, 4 minutes till that market on close order. Imbalance. All right, 2 minutes. And I'm tired. I'll be real happy when this day is over. Been a nice day. Couple of trades, a scratch and a stop. Normal. There's a 50-50 chance of either, of all three, actually. And there you go. In a discretionary world, and when I'm going to really review the signals because I didn't get the second signal in the charting on my backtest chart. In another world, I wouldn't take this long. I'm not a breakout trader. I don't think that's a very good idea, but it was the signals, and so I took it. I think. I mean, at least that's what I interpreted it as. I'll review the stream and also the chart here. Could entirely be operator error. And there we go. There's that market on close imbalance. Not much. This used to be a big deal, and liquidity just come jamming in around both sides of it. And exactly nothing. I mean, not nothing, but, 10 points from here to here, that's, I guess, better than a sharp stick in the nose, but just not maybe I'm just crazy. And there's our market on close imbalance. Now, yesterday it was a buy side, 2 billion something or another. Today it's sell side, 240 million. NASDAQ buy side, 566 million. And the Dow is buy side 1,919, and the Mag 7 is buy side 156 million. Go figure. And let me be the first to say, I do not know how that really, I mean, how it impacts the market or whether it bleeds into the overnight or, stop and think about it. 2 or 3 billion contracts on close, market on close. Wouldn't that have a hell of an impact on price? I would think. I mean, we don't trade nearly 1 billion contracts in a day. We trade 1 million and change. Doesn't make sense. I'm not saying that it's incorrect or that they're doing the numbers wrong. I'm saying I must misunderstand. So I need to look into that for sure. So thanks for stopping by. See you tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning. Smack a thumbs up and a like on the way out, or a thumbs up and a sub on the way out. That's all I get out of it. I pay for all of this stuff. It's my virtual journal, Okay, I get that. But it would be nice to have some feedback. And I'm looking forward to hitting the shower and a nap. I've been at it 9.5 hours now. That's plenty, I guess, isn't it? That's more than most people work at a job. Remember that you are the most valuable tool in your work shed or work box or whatever. Take care of it. We spend so much money on, all the stuff, monitors and software and yada, yada, yada. Where'd that go? I'm going to add this to my regular hotkey button so I can not have to look for it every time. We spend all this money and time on software and charting and monitors and this and that and something else. And the most important thing that processes all of that data is you. Your eyes, your brain, your reaction time. Are you healthy? Did you get good, are you well rested? Are you hydrated? Are you fit? This is a highly competitive sport, business. And I think you've got to be on your A game. Get up, get away from the monitors, get outside, get some soft focus, get some natural light, do some exercises through the day. I have squats and I can step back and do squats, or I've got dumbbells and a door, chin-up bar and a door over there. And, you got to do something besides just stand here and stare at the screens all day with your eye muscles and your short focus eye muscles in constant tension, staring at the screens. That's terrible. And it also screws up your mind. That's how people get into paranoia and not just making good decisions or, deceive themselves into thinking one thing or the other. There's no panacea. It's a random environment. You're going to take stops. Gamblers are going to win. The casinos don't freak out. You can't freak out either. You have to do the math, do the statistics, determine what the possibility of, over so many trades with this strategy that you're backtesting, how many potential losses in a row, consecutive losers, are there? Have there been in the look back period? It isn't, obviously it isn't going to be the replicated going forward, but it gives you an idea. You know, if like in the little back test there for the micros that I was talking about, which I hope the mute wasn't on, there's 7 consecutive winners in a row and 7 consecutive losers in a row. So after 5 losers, if you're going, holy shit, this is no good, I want to get rid of this strategy, blah, blah, blah. Well, why? It's completely within parameters. Is the expectancy holding up? Is the win rate holding up? That's what you've got to look at the data and make sure it's correct. All right, so there we go. We talked about the upcoming reports and news and all of that noise. How I calculate I'm working to calculate the scale up. I think what I'm going to do here is this. I think I will, what is going on here? There we go. Put this over here like it should be. And then down we go, and over here we go, and minus 24, because there's 2 trades today. One was a scratch, and one was a stop. Now I got to make sure that all these calculations and math are correct, which I believe they are. So we'll see. That's the only way I know how to do it. And when this says positive and this one says losers, something's wrong here. I can tell you that right now. Oh no, over here, okay. Then I can switch to a mini. That's the only way I know to do it. And of course, you can change this parameter. I could decide if it's 1-to-1. But I think it's better to have a full stop plus a third for a cushion. Because remember that a third of a full stop is 3 micro stops. Because a full mini is 10-to-1, right? So, a minute and a half, boys and girls, and oh boy, is it going to be fun to get out there and get some sun. First thing I'm going to do is jump in that shower, and the cats are going to be, Panda's already clapping over here on the floor. She's excited. And please stop by tomorrow, 8 o'clock in the morning, smack a thumbs up and a sub on the way out the door. That'd be super. Tell your friends. Like, share, subscribe, send money. I don't know, whatever you're supposed to say. Do whatever it is you're supposed to do. That's an order. Yeah. I'll check this math later today once I've had a rest and change the scene in some fresh air, and 10 seconds, 15, 14, whatever it is. 15 seconds. There we go. Some amount of something. And there you go. There you are, boys and girls. Well, I'm glad I got that stuff figured out. That makes me happy. I'm sorry that I took this short, but I'll figure out why. If it was a signal trade, then it's my job to take it. If it is not, it's my job to figure out why I thought that was and didn't, and I don't see the trigger now. That's important, right? Real important. And if I'm not mistaken, oh boy, let's give it the clap. Oh, that's the Oga or something like that. There's the clap. I never use these buttons, but I forget they're there actually on my mixer. All right. Have a great evening. Get outside. Do something for your health. Do something for your eyes, your body, your family, your head, your psyche, whatever. A balanced life is really important.